Hello. Dun, 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 dun. Tonight on the Tonight Show, join SG in her commentary of Who Will It Be? Who Will It Be? Ooh, I wish I had one of those big wheels, like the sound effects from it. Oh, I bet I do. I bet I could conjure it up. Let's see. Ooh, who's it gonna be? Let's see. Let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel.
I'm what you call a boutique.
Some fucking ad, of course.
I'm looking to provide a more unique experience. Do you like?
Spin the wheel.
Total $11,000 as he tripped over the carpet. Now, Mary, Charles, and Mark, you must keep in mind.
Come on, spin the fucking wheel.
More for a total of $11,000 as he tripped over the carpet. Now, Mary, Charles, and Mark, you must keep in mind that for one of you who is nearest
I already spinning the wheel. Oh, here we go.
Although one time I had a contestant spin who had 75 cents, they got a quarter and won the dollar. Yes, go ahead, spin, and try to beat the 80 cents.
I don't like that.
Look out.
Not the right one.
15 cents. Spin it again. Spin it one more time. 15 cents in your first spin. Trying to beat 8.
Wait. I'm gonna go with a different one. Spin the wheel. See who we're gonna do our commentary on. Spinning the wheel, spinning the wheel. Ooh, this guy. Alrighty. That guy. That guy. We're gonna do it on that guy. This guy. Now, disclaimer, I do not own all the rights for the audio provided within this, contained within this. What we're doing here. So, I do want to say that I am seeing a lot of the same behavior that I had to go through for the past couple of years. For somebody who actually did end up being what I think it's called, what, 5150? Because they were nuts, correct, Amundo, right? They were nuts. And what I see now is that same behavior repeating itself 24/7. Now, they might be coming off on the camera as trying to portray something differently, but I can see where this is going. This particular video was October 15th, 2020. This person had already been focused on me, not in any kind of a loving sense, more like John Hinckley or something, like where somebody becomes the face of everything they hate. I never spoke to them on the phone, had very little interaction in the grand scheme of things with this person. But they decided I was part of some group, something. I was something. So at this particular video, now they'll tell you they have all their videos and everything you can see is proof, but they're not there. At this point, now he's back to the whole 24/7 live streaming. Everything in common in there with these people is me. But I do see some really strange mental behavior going on. There's one woman that used to be in my room as a mod that keeps repeating her own name. Now, myself, I'd have to speak to her about that behavior because it seems like spamming to me. It's really annoying. It's not contributing anything to the conversation. It's pretty pathetic. But anyway, this is October 15th, 2020, this particular live stream, okay? If you could just see the screen, you would know already this guy's crazy.
The kind of people that are on here.
There'd be every reason in the world
Well, that's for sure, dude. I'm sure.
to be scared of this person.
Dude, women are so fucked up, dude. You wonder why some of the guys become gay.
Now, mind you, this is 2 years ago. This person, ended up into the psychosis delusion of that they were always in this psychosis delusion that they were being gang stalked and they're targeted individual. It's only got 115 views. He was never targeted or gang stalked.
You know what I mean? Especially like American women, like I will.
Now, it almost sounds like he's having a conversation with Secular there. Now, in his live stream, there appears no one. But, that doesn't mean that at the time someone wasn't there removing their own comments. It almost sounds like Secular already made his way over there. Secular probably was the trolls. Thinking of that, Secular has enough accounts to troll somebody.
I'm pretty much to the point where I don't want nothing to do with them. If I know they're like from the United States or they're born here and stuff, I don't want nothing to do with them.
Wow, that really sounds like he'd be talking to Secular there. Ooh, see. Now, at this point, I had just gotten cancer and tried to avoid this person. This person in this video. Hi, Bimbo. Hi, Bimbo. No, I'm just doing some commentary today. I might do some trivia at some point, but probably not tonight. I just wanted to grab this particular live stream while it's there and do some commentary on the first 15 to 20 minutes of it. After that, it loses its necessity in what I'm trying to present of the whole, like you yourself, you know what I mean, because this person actually swatted somebody, I believe, in my opinion, and blamed, either myself or people within this community for it. But I do believe that this is the person who swatted Tom Reed at that restaurant, the chosen one there. And in my opinion, he did. You'll also hear him in this video. He's listening to Debbie's. Now, we do know by Paranormal Underworld's own admittance that Vern had no clue about the chosen one or anything. I was fairly new to YouTube when I stumbled across this particular room of this person's. And suddenly it was like having something you just could never get rid of. Never get rid of. And now he's back to running 24/7 live streams. The only commonality of everybody in that room is me. They're either my ex-mods or friends of mine, ex-friends. They're 24/7 live streams. There's no problem doing 24/7 live streams. Go right ahead. But I see it going into the same behavior that I was very frightened. I was very frightened, and you'll see why further into this video. It is so obvious why it's scary. And keep in mind, this person did eventually get 5150, not by me, but his own neighbors. I mean, but it wasn't long enough, not for my liking, because now it's back to the 24/7 live streams again.
Pretty much.
I became like John Hinckley to, not like John Lennon to the guy who, I don't think it was John Hinckley. I'm not sure who, but I became the face of every woman that he's ever hated, or any judge that's ever ruled against him if they were female. Any female he's ever hated. And I never had much interaction with this person. I mean, it wasn't long before he deemed me into his psychosis delusion that he was already sinking into. It was already manifesting itself in his skull. I unfortunately happened upon this room. Wrong place, wrong time. And this guy has nonstop. It still goes on. If I stalk this person, there's no fucking way he'd come back to a community where he thinks his stalker was, and once again have somehow manipulated people who were my mods and my friends to be against me again. It's strange. It's a 24/7 though psychological thing that he tries to pull. He knows what he's doing. This is 7 days after I got diagnosed with cancer. At this point, he was running Wither Away and Die Bitch live streams. You know what? You could be totally right, because they only kept him for 51 days, while I'll always be a cancer patient. And a lot of people know that stress is, something that can cause, but stress can cause health problems for anyone. But 51 days, and now he's already got all his computer access back again. It didn't come from me, his 51 days. Otherwise, they probably would have maybe done something about his computer access. It came because it got to the point, his delusions, that he had cut the spectrum wires of the cable and shit, and the neighbors and things like that. And that I can't help but wonder how many thousands of dollars damage he might have done to, I mean, the electrical meters. He was putting these vibrating machines. They were like, isn't that horrible? Like, why would you even make that up? I can't imagine somebody making something like that up. I always think that people who accuse people of that, Bimbo, are people that would make it up themselves. They can wrap their head around it, you know? That's why now, when I see people who have in the past said that I didn't have cancer because maybe I ate. I ate at chemotherapy. I ate a sandwich at chemotherapy. And that became that I was faking chemotherapy. But the thing is I'm there in a hospital having chemotherapy. How possibly did I fake a port and baldness and stuff? These people, I don't know if any of these people knew you. How did they find out that you had cancer? The people you were watching, I get a feeling that you probably had cancer before you were on YouTube even ever. Hi, Debbie. Oh, I'm glad you're here, Debbie, because I was just about to play something that you'll be interested in. Do you remember the time that I made the video with the Bruins coaster on it? And it was around the time I was finally realizing that Vern had been stalking the whole community of the chosen one community, you guys, and I couldn't. Yeah, I mean, I was sitting there on video. I don't know if you've ever watched my videos, Bimbo, but I was sitting on video, like bald, and they still said I was LARPing a hospital. Debbie, this particular reason what went on in this. Yeah, but see, he was against you in the beginning. You'll see this right here. Because I'm sorry to be talking about two different topics totally right now, Debbie and Bimbo. I'm so sorry. The reason why it's so important for me to convey when I'm trying to convey, though, Bimbo, is along the lines of the whole cancer thing, because you went through it too, of being bullied during cancer. And it's very scary. Cancer's scary. I know that everything is scary, but man, that word cancer is scary. Is scary. So this was 7 days after I had gotten blocked off chosen ones, right? After coming back with the stage 3. This particular video, Vern's, was 7 days after that. And I was realizing that this guy was the one behind a lot of shit, man. Like the clones and everything. I had no clue he had like followed over to the chosen one community and started listening all the time. So here, just keep listening here. This kind of thing was why I made the Bruins coaster video. I didn't know you were gonna befriend him. I thought you knew that he was never your friend. Let's see. I mean,
yeah, they don't know me on this one, huh? I know it's kind of funny, huh?
That was him leaning back in his chair, not a fart.
We'll know how sensitive they are if they struck over here. Yeah.
But to me, I feel like he was already talking to Secular. I really do, because he's talking about American women and they don't do this. It wouldn't surprise me if Secular hadn't already found his way over there.
No, I'm gonna be going to Twitch. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna move all my operations to Twitch, I think.
Now, mind you, I didn't really ever know this. I mean, I only knew him in such a brief manner. It was nothing.
Yeah. Oh, I can't see on YouTube anymore. The kind of people that are on here. Yeah.
His eyes are literally rolled back in his head in this, as I froze the screen. It's all white, all white. Isn't that weird? all white. So weird. You'll see here, Debbie, because I'm going to speed it up a bit. It's hard to understand him as it is.
No, you have to understand. That's why I have footnote accounts.
Okay.
Yeah. No, they're not very smart though. That's the thing is.
He's talking about stalking people here. No, he doesn't run a decent channel, but you're right. In the beginning, he was trying to run a decent channel, Bimbo. You're right, but he was depressed from the get-go. He was depressed before he even had 1,000 subscribers. That was something he always fought, was depression. When he got popular, here's what I think. In my opinion, it's just my opinion from watching. It's just my opinion. I think somebody who claims to have their knee on his neck and wanted their part and their taxes and their part and their show, who already had these women in fear, made a little thought here, was basically every time, in my opinion, I'm just speculating. It's only my opinion. It's only my opinion. I think that every time he interviewed someone down there, and I do believe the first time that he did, it was, now here's another thing. Okay. If you're a depressed person and you can't sleep at night, and you go around and YouTube comes about, now you like photography, you like all that first, right? Now this is all just speculation from watching Tom's channel for a while, and not when it only had his, because he uploaded the videos that he used to make, like just around him. Okay, going to the carnival, they all look like Hills Have Eyes people. Those videos are only 12 views. You know what I'm saying? It's not like even the people who like him now bothered to click, sort videos by oldest to newest. Hi, Jax. They don't bother to click oldest to newest. So what happened was, when all that urbex exploring started to hit, he started driving around looking at Detroit, like abandoned Detroit. Those got kind of popular. And then he was doing, this is how I saw it. I mean, this is how I saw it. And I didn't like, this is, this is pretty much basically since the beginning, not his way back videos, because he didn't have a YouTube channel back then. I don't think. I think he uploaded that stuff, or maybe he did have a YouTube channel. I don't know, but it was not popular when he was just going around filming everything, day life. When urbex exploring, which is, abandoned urban buildings, exploring them, got popular, he started doing some abandoned Detroit. Now, he wasn't getting out of the car or nothing. He had a rickety old truck. I don't even think it was the minivan. I think he bought that after. This one was way more rickety, and the streets were really bad in Detroit. And I don't even think Daisy was there then for some reason. I just don't. And he would just hold the camera and he would drive around the building. And I was just fascinated that, oh my God, I just can't believe this is happening. So then he does the industrial area during the day. Yeah, but he was only driving around. He didn't go inside the buildings. So he wasn't trespassing or anything. But now keep in mind that in the interim, Tom Reed has always fought depression. So he probably had some type of insomnia also. And so, yeah, he might drive down to Detroit and stuff and watch these women that he would call women and Nitty would call lot lizards. Sorry, I know there's a lot of Nitty lovers out there. I'm just saying. I notice little things about people. Like Tom never walked up to them and demanded his cho for being on their corner, or demanded their rent for being in the same abandoned building that he's squatting in. Later he did, and look what happened. So good thing he didn't. Look at Sharon's channel, fucking having people call him Maddie and Gerald. What a fucking douchebag move. The fuck is wrong with you, you fucking douchebag? I guarantee you those people are lying when they call and say they're stealing. They saw them steal something. Guarantee you. Guarantee you. What a fucking douchebag thing to do. She's a fucking mean, evil bitch. She claims to have been through that shit and she's doing that shit. She's lying. She's a fucking scam and lie, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Ain't nothing seeping out of her good. Nothing. But I want to get to this commentary here so that you guys can see that it seems like it's going the same direction. Yeah, 24/7.
Well, like if I go over here, let's hear. Watch this. Oh, come on.
I don't know. I think she's a fucking dealer myself. I think she's a dealer that knows enough to not get too high on her own supply. I think she is not so much the dealer as the runner. In my opinion. And she gets high enough that he gives her to be his fucking functioning runner. He still wants a functioning runner. So she does what she does for what she gets, and somehow, some way, that bitch is functioning. So she's functioning. Tell you another one who never fucking addressed her whole, story, and well, whatever. Let's just try this one here. This one won the wheel spin because I spun the wheel, you guys. And they won the wheel spin, so it's all even, it's fair. gotta speed this motherfucker up or something, because if you saw the screen, you would be like, oh my god, this fucking guy. We all got problems. But truth be told, if we had to put our problems in the middle of the table and pick which ones we take back our own, because that's what we're used to. If there was somebody with chronic pain, chronic back pain, we would be like, oh, I don't know if I want that. I don't think I want that. I mean, I still have my good days. This person never has a good day. They never have a good day. Or there's a person who was blind. We might be like, I don't think I want that either. I don't think I want that either. I guarantee you we would take back our own problem because they're personally designed for us. Not to bring up a I forget what they call it, whatever, but cliche. All right, but you're on YouTube with cancer and you met YouTube douchebags. And I think it's important that if you were harassed because of your cancer, and I was harassed because of my cancer, then I think it's important to bring that out because that kind of human behavior should just not be accepted. It should be, I mean, if Johnny Depp can win a defamation fucking suit, then we should be able to as well. Just because we don't have his money doesn't make it any less important. In fact, it hinders us from probably, if there was ever a chance of making that type of money, our integrity would be in question because of the allowed defamation, because we didn't have the money to stop it in the beginning. And in actuality, I'm a tax-paying citizen. I've worked since I was 15. I just saw 2 days ago someone had put on one of my videos a comment saying, don't donate to this woman. She's a scammer and lives off the state. Are they fucking kidding me? The only time I've ever had to collect on my own fucking disability is during cancer. It's so, so, so. I'm sure you did, Bimbo. I'm sure you did. And I think it's great that we've met because I've been looking for somebody else that went through this because cancer is scary. You hear those fucking words. And Tom Reed didn't care if that day I was coming back to say I had 4 weeks left to live. He already knew he was going to laugh and say technical difficulties and block me and humiliate me and run from there. And it ran. It sure fucking ran. And then I already had this fucking whack job that was already stalking because he was in a psychosis. It had nothing to do with a YouTube and being a bully. This person was actually mentally ill.
No, actually, it can be. I don't know why the fuck is it? Just be that fucker. Leave it at this. I'm gonna go through my channel and show all the lines. Fishing is unlisted, but I don't know why they keep listening. Entertaining some peaceful protest. No, actually, it can be.
Guys, so
75,000 views. The queen will try to say that help. Yeah. But she's doing some peaceful protest.
But he's back now 24/7, this guy.
No, not anything. This shit. This is all agendas involved.
I might have to slow it down. It seems like he's talking. I don't know. Oh, wait, that's why it's so fast. Okay, because it was so fast.
It's one thing about that when the town I grew up in this area and all that is the people are so fucking ugly. They're all like hella smart and shit, but they're all ugly.
At this point, he'd already been stalking me and praying for me to get cancer. And then I got cancer. And then he was running wither away and die like same 24/7. And then this happened, and I figured out that this motherfucker had infiltrated the whole Chosen One community. If Debbie's still here.
Don't want anybody right now. I don't want to have any relationships. I don't want nothing looking for anybody, especially somebody that's fucking far away from me. He has to be like within a few couple hundred miles. Maybe interested.
Now, we never had any kind of relationship thing going on, man.
I'm not gonna fucking.
Never. I don't like blonde men. I'm not a blonde man person. To date. I mean, not in life. I'm just saying to date. Yeah. But he had started to do this. And that's what tipped me. Hold on. I'll brush forward through. Yeah, he hasn't started really talking yet to where I want him to get to. Okay. That's Debbie in the background. I know, Bimbo. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to convey how important it is to for YouTube and the authorities to start protecting people from these crazy people. So he's got Debbie's playing in the background here. Now remember, this is October 15th, 2020. Now, I didn't even know he knew who Debbie was. He's talking about, Debbie's talking about Tom Reed and why she didn't do an interview with him. No, he had been playing your videos in the background. Thank you, Bimbo. I appreciate that. I really do. I like yours too. I try to switch it up too. Like if I focus a show on commentary, I'll focus it on commentary. If I focus it on music, I'll play music because I know then it'll get probably taken down because it's got music in it. In trivia, I try to do the trivia. Yeah, I try to separate each category from category that way. If somebody is more interested in trivia, then they can watch trivia, the music. I'm glad to have you here. Bottom line. I'm glad to have all of you here. That's what I tried to tell you, Debbie, in the Bruins coaster video, that he was doing this. Oh, really? Oh, that should be interesting. I wish I could be one of the attorneys. I'd be great. Who's the trial on? Them, yeah, he would play your videos. Oh, that would be cool. That's cool. Are you gonna wear one of those white wigs with the curls in it? Be a member of the wig party. It is, Debbie, but I'll tell you that in a bit. I'll tell you where to find it in a bit. Oh, I'd love to be one of the attorneys on it. I'd be a great attorney. Wasn't there like some Valleja, axe murders, remember those? I feel like that was somebody who was like, I don't know, on the trains or something, going back and forth. They should have been the court TV reporters. I want to be an attorney. I want you to know, Debbie, you were already a mod on his channel at this point, just for a couple of days, though. I think. I have slowed it down. It's not that. Cool. I'll be Dusty the Bailiff. Remember him? Dusty the Bailiff? Yeah, you'll hear him. He'll start doing his own little talking in a minute here. In my opinion, I think that was Nitty who did that. I'm sorry, in my opinion. Yeah, within a month after he fucking interviewed. I think that was Nitty. In my opinion. You know what's crazy is that a lot of those women that Tom interviewed did know that the women had died, and he'd asked them that, how, did you hear about that women had died after I said, did people tell you I was a murderer and stuff? And they would say, yeah, like that Amanda one. She said, yeah. And she still talked to him, and she ended up dead. I believe that Vern is the one who swatted Tom Reed. He knew everything about this community already. Now, it's not illegal or bad for somebody to come into a community and try to learn something about a community, but you'll see his points and his reasoning why in a few. So he already knew how your husband died. I do like that question though. What's your favorite childhood memory? He was already stalking you, Debbie. Fern. Yeah, but he was already stalking you before that, Debbie. He was probably sending him emails about you. Just like the emails that I used to get that were CC to you, and you would get that were CC to me, CC to Ollie, and Jersey with Jules. Never Tiffany, though, which I thought was weird. Yeah, but Debbie, I told you already, like when with the Bruins coaster, which was 2 years ago, that this guy, I had realized then that somebody who I kept trying to just ignore, they'll go away, wasn't going away. Vern had already infiltrated into the community as clones.
See, the actions speak louder than the words.
It was him trolling people. It was Vern. Even Tom Reed, he was doing. See that this is not this particular video, but one just like it was the reason why, and he took that one down because he knew that was the reason why I had actually made the Bruins coaster video. Trying to tell you that it occurred to me, I mean, not occurred to me, but if I figured out that half these people were dealing with fucking clones of each other because of this guy.
I don't want to
He knew who you were already before you went to him.
Not really. That was a good question. Wow. Just like she said, you can go around and check for videos that are made because you get a good idea how the person really is. And it's like, wow. But see, I look at it this way. YouTube is where you can either watch the channel or not. You can click on it or not. Nobody's making you watch their channel. Everybody has a right to have a channel or 10 channels or whatever YouTube says they have because YouTube is a business and we live in the United States.
Okay, I want everybody to know that this is official. My dog knows how to unzip my pocketbook, steal something, and then zip it back up. Okay? What he couldn't figure out is how to open a Ziploc baggie. He couldn't open a Ziploc baggie. Thank God. This little bastard. I cannot believe that he knows how to unzip my pocketbook and zip it back up.
Now I understand what Tom's problem is. And like I said, right or wrong, he has every right to have the honor of putting things like they're not. If you don't believe that, you're not American. You're not American. Because Americans have to understand that if you want to believe.
Except Amber Heard can't fucking, without even mentioning a name, talk about a bad relationship she had.
In the Constitution, you want to believe in this country, you have to maintain the absolute ideology of the Constitution, which is the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth amendments to start with. The first five.
Go ahead, tell us what they are, buddy.
Amendments, being the sixth amendments, are absolutely critical. And if you don't allow people to have it, he has every right to do what he's doing because it's called freedom of speech.
Ah, but not if you're Amber Heard, then it's defamation.
The First Amendment. You have the right to video, to photograph in public. There's nothing.
I don't believe that they actually. Is that really in your constitutional right to video and photograph? I didn't even know they had videos in the days of the Constitution when they wrote that. I didn't know they had invented them.
Wrong with it. There's anything else with it. Now, people have gotten overly, worried about being videoed or this and that in public. You don't go in public or wear stuff that doesn't allow you to be videoed, because you can be videoed by surveillance equipment that you don't even see everywhere.
I actually think it wasn't that Debbie's issue was that he was videotaping these women without their knowledge. He told them that he was videotaping them. I think it was that they ended up dead a month later. Is that in our constitutional right? I mean, I do believe that although he was saying if he ever made any money off those videos, he would give them money. They never had to have those videos, that money, I'm sorry, that compensation, because they were dead, which also got those videos more views by them being dead. Now, it wasn't Tom Reed who outed the fact that those women were dying in order of appearance. In fact, one of those women that died, in my opinion, allegedly, said she was not scared of Tom Reed. She openly spoke on a person that appears in somebody's avatar and died. She even said, in a roundabout way, that was who she was afraid of. NITTY, two titties.
You don't see it, it's still videotaping you. If that doesn't bother you, then you're whack. That's just whack.
Like I said, Wacko, it was about the murders, not the videotaping, buddy.
But as far as what this guy does or whatever, it's not really anybody's business really what he does.
Well, if it's murdering, and he's putting it on YouTube, it kind of is people's business because he wants it to be people's business because he puts it on YouTube.
If he was doing something wrong, then file a police report against him or whatever, But it's bothering him on your.
This is after he was pretending he was your friend, Debbie, and had you modded. By the way,
The way he treats people and stuff like that. I have a problem with one person, and I will call her every name.
Right, one person. Can anybody guess who that is? One person who 1 week before, 7 days before this video, had been diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. Now, mind you, he'd been praying for me to get cancer, so he was pretty happy. He was throwing celebration live streams called Wither Away and Die Bitch. And he had Tom Reed convinced I was part of the troll group that was swatting him. And there was letters, apparently, all based from this motherfucker.
I can think of in the book at this point because I gave her every option to go away. I told her, I asked her.
Now, if he gave me every option to go away, why was he in Chosen One community? Jax clearly said it the other night in my live stream that himself nor anybody else from Vern's channel knew of Chosen One community. If I was stalking Vern, why the fuck would he go from this paranormal UFO community to following me everywhere?
At the end, I asked her to go away and not come back. She would not leave it alone. It went on and on and on. She kept coming on with other things or whatever.
Not true. Not true. This man is a liar on the head of everything I love. Vern Vision is a liar.
Making the videos and stuff, and then that wasn't enough. Any video, anybody that I had as a sub.
This is what he did. He's describing everything he did to me. And if anybody that was there during that time has the decency enough to at least step up and say, this is correct, what she's saying is true.
Who I visited their site and viewed their videos on, all of a sudden we're getting contacted by this person.
No, and it finally occurred to me to hide my channels that I was subscribed to. It didn't occur to me, so I was new to it. I was new to YouTube. At this point, I'd only been on YouTube maybe 2 years in 2020. This is when I got cancer and stuff. But this motherfucker prior to that already had me. He was cloning. He had me cloned. He was going to every fucking channel I was subscribed. I couldn't figure it out, man. I still remember there was 2 ladies I used to go to in England that were, and never could figure out why are they not talking to me anymore. This motherfucker was going around, and I couldn't see him. He had me blocked.
And it's just a bit much, you know what I'm saying? It goes beyond point because I am doing nothing wrong. And it escalated to the way it is now to where it's vulgar because she's vulgar. She's the one who does it all. I have no business going over there. Just like Tim fucking accusing me going over this fucking site and all that.
Tim is UFO Man, who now returns to Vern's channel. Because we know that he went through a psychosis. Hello, Mandy. He went through a psychosis that we know, especially them, but that we watched. More so than you, Debbie, more so than a lot of people watched it unfold to where it got to where I became a black Russian spy. You know, because he mods everyone so he knows who it is at that time. It's not about trusting you. It's about just knowing that if somebody comes in as Cray Cray Debbie next, they're a clone. You know what I'm saying? It's just about knowing. That's all. I mean, he doesn't trust anyone. He trusts no one. That's his own schizophrenia, mental health, in my opinion, his whole life prior even to YouTube. I mean, he trusts nobody.
You can watch my lives and you can see what I do.
Now, where are they, though? Where are those live streams? Where are your Wither Away and Die live streams? Where is your live streams where you were writing your manifestos of you were going to kill your ex and you were going to kill your kid and then spitting at your own camera, calling me the biggest cunt in the world while spitting and punching your own camera? And you were at Tim's. I watched the video. Where's that one? Where's that one? Where Tim was so deflated because he had already gotten a bunch of views on a particular video, and you smugly chewed loudly and he said, oh my God, I just got a notice from YouTube. They removed my video. Somebody reported it. Who would do that? And you said, what, Vern? What? What did you say? What did you say? You said you did. You did. Because you were his administrator, manager, whatever on his channel, and you didn't approve of the music he used. That's when you and UFO Man fell out. He could be in the middle of a great live stream. I remember it. It was one that was the cows were getting taken up in the air. And you would have his entire fucking live stream taken down right then and there, right in the middle of it. You did.
I don't hide anything I do. I don't hide anything I do because I don't have a reason to.
Yeah, you do.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
Yes, you are.
And if I go over to that person's channel, it's in retaliation.
No, it's not, because you know what happened to you? Your own neighbors called and got you 5150 because you were listening in at their windows. Listening in. You said it yourself. You were cutting the wires to the people's cable. 5150. Now let me ask you a question. How coincidentally is it that it was 51 days? Is that all that means, man? Is that all 5150 means? Because I see this going exactly the way it went. What happened with you and him, Debbie? What happened?
For what they're doing to me. And usually, like I said, I get from
Now I want you to know this video here is 2 years. 2 years old. 2 years old with 115 views. That's all. Nobody in the chat room. 115 views. And he thinks 0 comments. And he thinks he was being trolled.
30, 40 times things or whatever before I get around to going over there. I really don't want to spend the time. You have to get a moron to sit and
He says you'd have to be trolled 30 to 40 times before even going over there. That's even more than what he would get views on his videos. He never got trolled. If he did, it was probably somebody who he was fucking around. Who knows? Who knows? He never, ever got trolled, especially not by me.
troll a YouTube channel for
Like Debbie, you didn't know anything about Vern until I pointed it out to you. Right? You didn't know anything about him until I pointed him out to you, right? That's how little I spoke of this guy. Did you ever see me stalking this guy? Honestly. You didn't even know who this fucking guy was. Until I finally pointed it out. But it had been going on for 2 years already. And it's still going on now. He's still doing 24/7 live streams. If I was trolling him, why would he even be here in this community? You had never heard of him because I never was. These videos, he's talking where? No, I knew him. Oh, you never knew him till then. Yeah. Right. Because I never mentioned him. He's lying when he says I trolled him and made videos and shit. Because I wouldn't mention him. I just kept thinking if I ignored him, he would go away. Right. All I kept thinking, Debbie, it went on from 2008. Actually, it's probably started in 2019. Right, the start of the new year. That would say, I would have to say that's when it got, out, and I would never bring it up. I was humiliated. He would run live streams with my face superimposed to have a penis in my mouth. And I just kept thinking he'd go away. Ignore them, they go away. Ignore them, they go away. Ignore them, they go away. And this was now, but he was infiltrating. I mean, this motherfucker.
For whatever reasons or whatever, unless they're exploiting children or they're doing something like exploiting adults who fucking sell themselves on the street. What the fuck? Who cares? I don't fucking care. I know that sounds pretty cool or whatever, but you know what? People use drugs. I use drugs. Nobody.
If I was stalking him, there would be no way he would be like looking into you, looking into Tom. He'd be fucking running from anything I had anything to do with.
Gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. The only people that care are the fucking cops and the politicians. Anybody else or whatever, they're like, you know what I mean? Either take it or leave it. And nobody's perfect. But when you're within the letter of the law, you have no business bothering anybody. Because if you do that,
He was the one bothering Tom Reed and blaming it on you, me, Ollie.
that's actually technically harassment. Unless they are breaking the law or they are harassing you, you have no right to do it. And even then, if you don't report it or whatever after a period of time, see, I have to report what's going on. I have to. Because
there was nothing going on. Only 115 views on this video. Yeah, but the penis one, I don't even think I knew you then, Debbie. That was in 2019. I made a video about it eventually, but I didn't speak out about him for a long time until I realized that he was infiltrated. I couldn't figure out why everybody was so easy to hate me on at Tom Reed's and people I didn't even know. And as it turned out, it was him cloning me everywhere. They took that fucking option away where people could click on the avatar and find out if something in a chat room was really the person. When they took that away, that was a dream for him. That I love scrambled eggs with ketchup. So good. That was a fucking dream for him, Debbie. A dream. When they did that, man. Telling you, he was probably already harassing you as me a couple of times. I'll bet you any money you might have seen me places saying shit about you, and it wasn't me. And I think secular was fucking playing a big role, a huge role, a huge role in being clones of people and starting trouble. A huge role.
they want to see it stop. And like I said, I get attacked by people who don't even know what they're doing. and they're using my full name and all this stuff or whatever. That's a threat. That's a threat.
I didn't even know this guy's full name.
Because of identity theft, because of all the other things, because of what people do, the malicious shit they do. If you get caught swatting, you should get fucking life sentence. It should be a life sentence. You should look at a life sentence.
Now, weird how he would say that. Tom Reed got swatted at that restaurant, remember? At that point, before Tom Reed took any notice at him, this motherfucker was talking about Tom Reed was domestic terrorism and, he was gonna, he was threatening him in his descriptions because at that point, Tom still liked me. Then this motherfucker goes, I see him leaving a comment in Tom's chat room. This is after he said, or after, or I can't remember. He says, she's part of the group that's been harassing you. Remember when I tried to contact you on Twitter or something? He says, I've never used Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, whatever, any of that, TikTok, but he had been contacting Tom Reed. And, keep in mind that Tom Reed, this guy, Vern, and Jules, all three were fucking deemed certifiably insane and committed at some point. Okay? All I did was get cancer. And literally thought to myself, okay, well, it was like, who? Oh, well, fucking Sharon thinks people are obsessed with them too, but they're delusions. The only thing I could think of was that it was the COVID time and quarantine, and so many of these cancer groups had shut down. The support groups were shut down. And I was in a good spot. Like, I was a mod for the Chosen One where, there's a lot of good people. I do believe he even started out in a place where he probably never thought he could help in that manner. I really don't think that Tom Reed set off in any kind of nefarious manner. I really don't. But I do think that unfortunately the whole time Tom Reed's kind of been rolling, he's had people like, let's not be ridiculous. I mean, Nitty is insane. He can go around and call women lot lizards, pointing the camera at them. And Tom Reed will talk about thinking it's kind that they fed a stray cat, and Tom Reed's the bad guy. Now, I'm not saying that Tom Reed didn't do something to you, Debbie. I'm really not saying that. But I'm saying that I think that this guy Vern here, and a lot of people, secular instigated Vern. I think secular instigated so much. But when we keep getting further on here, we'll learn more. Maybe What's Up and Vern and all of them should listen in. want to learn.
Because you can get people killed doing that. You can get police officers killed because when they're responding, they can get killed. Swatting somebody should be treated as if it is a capital offense.
See, he wanted that because he had already, this guy, had already been telling Tom Reed that I was part of this gang that got him swatted. Now, I didn't even know that what happened at that restaurant would be called swatted, but I'm saying that it makes logically more sense to me. I'm not a stupid person. I'm not bragging, but I'm not a stupid person. I can see what's written and what's right in front of me, and like math equations that are always 2 + 2 = 4 is always going to be 4. What makes sense is usually what makes sense. So okay, they're all nuts. Yes, absolutely is the answer.
It should be a first-degree felony, punishable up to life in prison.
Now, at this point, it was 7 days after I had been diagnosed with stage 3 and booted at the same time from Tom Reed. And he was running with this story of getting all these emails and shit. And then in April of 2021, I have the live stream up. Tiffany is in my live stream on my panel talking about what Vern had done, how many clones he had made, and how at that point then Tiffany was the enemy too, because Tiffany, not to me, but to him, because Tiffany was saying to him, look, don't you know, SG's not black. Okay. Now, here's what they're saying is that she's not a Russian spy, she's not faking cancer, she's a real person. All right. So, I understand and totally sympathize with a breakdown like that. Okay? I appreciate the standing up for me. But what I don't understand is I've always just been here as I am. I haven't been committed. I'm not on my roof. And yet people and people that I said, well, I think they might be crazy, but I tried to ignore them completely. And then these other people came out and they go, she's crazy, you're not. And then this other person ended up being really crazy. And I'm still just the same person floating along. And yet, my old mod, I'm not even going to say her name because we all know it by now. She says it, her whole paragraphs are just her own name. Is like sinking off the deep end in insanity. Yeah, Debbie. I haven't have a problem calling you cray cray because you don't seem crazy to me. People still amused by scissor emojis and peanut emojis and farm animal emojis seem crazy to me. And laughing emojis. And I mean like paragraphs worth of them. My old mod says her own name. But the whole room, including the channel owner, and I'm not going to say the whole room. I'm not going to say the whole room. But we'll say it. Even their own. Over and over and over and over. That's spamming. But they laugh. They go, "Oh, it's funny when this person trolls themselves." That person right there, what they're seeing and witnessing. They're witnessing crazy and choose to overlook that. Well, it's not that they even have to choose to overlook it, because I won't even be live. These people will be live and they'll go, "She just went live while you were," and I'm like thinking to myself, I was asleep. I wasn't live. And I'm like, ew, is there that many crazy people in the world? Like, is there that many? Lot lizard. And being there and not having a story to tell, like they were feeding a stray cat, and lot lizard. Lot lizard. Where's my cho lot lizard? It is so much more offensive than what's your favorite childhood memory. Can I just say, huh? I've heard more complaints from people about one of my favorite questions. That's why I thought that, like, I felt a different way about particular people. Man, knee to the neck is offensive. If I said I had my knee to Nitty's neck, people would be like, "What?" Nitty has used that term to describe the dynamics between him and Tom Reed. And it's fine. It's fine. So symbolically, a knee to the neck doesn't mean the same as physically? I bet you it does. Bet you it could. I bet I could point out how.
Already, my congressmen and my senators about getting these laws passed. I'm going to get them passed. I'm going to get them passed. I swear to God, I'm going to get them passed. They're going to say end all this shit. Because if you fucking engage in it and you can be identified, you're going to go to fucking prison.
Now, mind you, I want you to know it continued on with the Wither Away and Die live streams. This is only 7 days after me being diagnosed with stage 3.
And that's the way it should be. It should be the way it is. When you fucking, if you were to act like this in public, it's people, whatever, you get yourself either fucking beat up or killed. It wouldn't happen. So what makes it different behind the keyboard? You have to understand is that people can come and find you. You're not safe behind the keyboard or.
Now, he already said that he only had a problem with one person and stated she. We all know who.
It's an illusion. Because, like, I know people in places and I can get anybody's address. I can get celebrities' addresses.
Now, he did go on to start saying he had my address. Now, the odd thing was I had just recently met Jules. She came out of nowhere. And she also was always CC'd in those disgusting emails. I never came out with those letters. I eventually did. But the reason why I never advertised, Debbie, that I was receiving those emails that you used to complain about all the time was because I was bossy pants. Remember the email address bossy pants? That would be one of the 5 that would get the emails. And it would be Tom Reed, you, Jules, and Ollie. And whoever it was knew about Vern because they talk about Vern. And sometimes they would be bad towards me. Sometimes they'd be bad towards Ollie. Sometimes towards Jules. Right, Debbie. But did you know I was bossy pants? I was the other person who would get the email. I don't think you did in the beginning. Because I had it limited to so little of who had my email that I didn't want to say I was bossy pants. Nobody really had my email then, only 6 or 7 people. So I had the pond small of suspects. And that's the only reason why I never would come out and complain too. Did you know I was getting those emails? Like some of them would be about me, right? But did you know I was getting them too? Yeah, but Vern was obsessed with you way before you even knew who he was. And Vern knew about you way before you even acknowledged him.
If I was justified in asking, because I know people who are spooks. Okay, they're really good. Because I was a Mormon, and all that fucking.
Yeah, but I don't think you remember. I mean, I don't think you knew at first I was Bossy Pants because I remember you saying one time in your video, whoever this Bossy Pants is gets them too. But it was Jersey with Jules who fucking threw out there that it was my address.
Are Mormon. Believe it or not. Yeah. I've got dirt on a couple of. I just have to kill them with that. They love me too much.
This guy would literally thought he had dirt on Mormons and celebrities and everything. Okay, this is only 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago.
But no, he keeps tabs on me. Like I'm surprised he got a whole new one.
Say, I don't know who he is. He's saying he.
Fucking 15 years probably. And warned me like.
I think a Mormon spy.
Dude, a lot. Like I mean, how do you? He's all. When certain people's names come up, and he goes, "There were certain people," you know. And I always wondered what happened to me. What was going to happen? Because I was.
Yeah, he's a Mormon spy.
Look it out for you. That was gonna happen. I was gonna warn you. But like, dude, he's like calling us fucking like 3 different photos.
Now, no, I wonder why I would be fucking. If you could see the face on this person.
Yeah.
He implies he was a killer here. Okay? And people wonder why I would be scared. Listen.
I know nothing. They're at you. I know nothing. I know nothing. I know nothing. Nothing.
And mind you, it even went further than this. This wasn't the end of it. This was people were actually giving him my fucking information so he could come kill me.
I know nothing. God, I love fucking around on here. It's so much fucking fun.
Yeah, but it was so much fun, but he went through so much. Now, which was it? Was it so much fun? Or did you go through so much, buddy?
Oh my god. My god, man. I have too much fun.
Too much fun? Well, now you say you went through so much.
It's only like being a vermin, man. A vermin. Oh my god. Oh well, anyway. I just can't be nice to anybody anymore because whenever I am, I just fucking get fucked over.
And what's up isn't nothing. What's up sat on his iPhone and now he has his iPad. What's up lets Sharon make his tampons out of pads, which is stupid. Why don't you just buy tampons, you fucking fool? Of course he's a bleeder.
Nice is like lice. Once you get it, it's not a very good spice.
Yeah, okay, buddy. That makes sense.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had a hard time. I wish you would, like, not put yourself into, like...
Well, of course he is. Why doesn't Byrne just watch it himself? Because why doesn't he just admit that nobody is stalking him? He stalked us.
It's such a dramatic place. I understand what you were trying to do and all that, but you should just let it go. You should just let it go with that dude. Because you're not right in doing it, unfortunately. And like I said, he's not breaking the law. And if people are adults, he's not exploiting regular adults.
He's talking to you and he's saying you should have just let it go, dude. Even though he calls you a dude.
You can't exploit a person who sells their body on the street. You just can't do that.
You should have just let it go.
Because they're way past it themselves. They're the ones doing it. And there's nothing immoral about it. You should go do it more.
Yep. That is definitely bad.
It's just that, like, somebody who cares about themselves and doesn't want themselves to be everyone's slut type of thing, whatever. I don't judge a woman who's been a prostitute. Okay, like
he goes on to saying he's a killer. You'll see.
You know what I mean? I've seen prostitutes from fucking $10 or $5 to thousands.
I'm sure you have.
Fucking thing. And like, I don't judge that a $5 one to the $2,000 one any different other than the $2,000 one's getting a hell of a lot more money. And I personally don't think.
Yeah, he personally doesn't think. Yep, that's a fact right there. He personally doesn't think
that anybody to have sex with is worth more than $35. If you think about like what the
more than $35. Oh, I hope the women in his chat room are listening to this that want to go off on Mr. Tim.
It is and everything else. I've known females who maintained several boyfriends who they used for money. And it was no different than being a hooker. They were just a private select clientele type of it from it that way, but you know, and they weren't necessarily being honest.
Yeah,
about
I
it.
did hear Byrne saying earlier he doesn't like anybody disrespecting women, but he said usually they're just not worth more than $35, right? Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of unfortunate too, but on some occasions other ones they want, you know, just what they call an open relationship. But as far as like I said, I hung out with a lot of hookers, and so I used to like hanging out with them because they were like down there. I could talk to them about any fucking thing at all.
Oh, but Mr. Tim is bad, huh? He was with his wife doing things in private, and he's a bad guy.
It's fucking open, and I wasn't really so.
Oh, wait a minute. He was putting down Mr. Tim, saying before that he had open relationships.
You know, looking for sex. I mean, because I'm not like anything like I was, but I used to be pretty attractive, I guess, because I used to have no problem. I mean, hookers.
Well, when you're paying them, you have no problem, buddy. It doesn't mean you're not unattractive. It means that you're paying them.
And fuck me and say, you know, normally I charge, but I'm not going to charge. You know, I mean,
Oh, sure. Normally I charge, but I'm not gonna this time. Sure they did. Sure they did, buddy.
And I didn't ask for it. They came on to me. They asked for it from me. So it was like,
Well, I mean, you were around hookers. I mean, why? Why?
you know, being forceful or whatever. But like,
You weren't being
like,
forceful? That's weird that you said that. Why would you go there?
just interested in a cultural experiment type thing. I don't know. The other way, I was like,
Oh, but it wasn't okay for Mr. Tim.
what I was looking for. I was kind of lonely and stuff, you know, when I was a loner and stuff. And so it was just interesting talking to women that actually do that for a living and like what's happened to them.
Oh, to women, but Mr. Tim's a bad guy because he said the 5 girls. Oh, I get it. Mm-hmm.
You know, I used to talk to them, they would tell me how they got beat up and shit like that, you know. And so I kind of, when I was around them and stuff, I would like look out for them a little bit. Like,
So you became what? Threatening to them as well? Like they're pimp. Like you were looking out for them. They needed you. Okay.
it was like trying to fuck with them or something like that. I would like,
So you manipulated them. You found out what scared them the most, and then you used that like a sociopath.
make myself seeing them and be like, oh, yeah.
And what did they have to give you for that? Free sex?
No, I felt pretty fucking good about when I fucking took on all those brothers that were trying to pimp on that fucking
Those brothers? Is that racist?
little girl. You know, she was underage and shit. And
Underage. Underage. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Wait a minute here. What's this? Debbie, did you hear that? Underage? Did you hear this?
maybe like for a couple days, right? And I didn't do nothing with her at all. Because when she said that, I reminded her of her dad. I'm like, well, say, and like, well, you're like my dad's age. I'm like, well, how old's your dad? And he was actually like fucking 5 years younger than me.
But you knew she was underage.
So I was like, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, you know, and I remember one point she's like, she kind of developed with me or whatever. She's like, aren't you going to do anything? I'm like, it's just, I can't. I'm sorry. I just, like, what you do now is like,
I'll be right back. I know, right? Exactly. Sorry, I had to feed my cat.
Daughter or something. You can't do that. She's like upset. She's not pissed, you know. But she was. I mean, it wasn't that I knew she wasn't worried or whatever. I realized that she wasn't mature enough for advice or whatever.
I mean, you didn't realize that she was underage and should probably go home, and you shouldn't be like pimping her.
I don't know. I just don't. It just was weird. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't get into it. I just couldn't do it.
So you tried, but you just couldn't get into it.
I've had sex with like probably almost last month. So, and there was a couple that were underage along the way, but I was like, the first time
Underage.
I was like 19. And the second one, I was misled. I was told lies and I was set up, and I mean, no excuse really. That should have been honest. I had like that. Big Tommy going, there's something not right with her. So, it's too easy, but she fucking, she's so fucking, she was real pro.
My God, he's talking about underage girls here.
You know, I'm not into Photoshop that much, really.
This is an underage girl he's talking about.
She was one that I was one away.
An underage girl he's talking about here.
He's awful young. It's like, God, yeah, I doesn't know how to do. Man, that was one of the best workers. I had a couple women fucking
Wow. Wow.
really rocked my world as far as that was concerned. Not many women like really doing that. And that's like a major.
And this is like he went off about Mr. Tim on his live stream talking about women derogatory.
It's like a major reversal. See, I used to have this issue because the things I went through, oral shit like that.
The things he went through with oral, is that what he said?
You know, like seeing a guy do it like that. It's like,
What? He saw a guy do oral? Secular, you're out of there.
yeah, you know.
You too, what's up? You too, suck million.
I don't know, I just never did.
Oh, probably you too, chosen one, you lactating, diaper wearing motherfucker.
And I also had a girlfriend that was just like overly rough. And she did so purposely.
Doesn't like the BDSM either. That's okay, that's normal. Of course, if you saw the screen, you would be begged to differ. In fact, I think I'm even going to share it with you, Debbie, like so that you can see. It's a repeat loop of the same facial expressions over and over, and I kind of do want to share it. It might kick me off my live stream, so but I'm going to text it to you, Debbie, so you can see the face. And you'll know what video it is too. But don't repeat, because at least not till I'm done. Ha. Okay. I think I'm still here. All right, there. When you see, it just loops the same face, like facial expressions. They change, but they're not. And at one point, the eyes roll back in the head. It's really creepy. I sent it.
Researches to love. Do that shit. See, I was so shy with my table, but I was just like, really got me to break us. I wish I got money, so lots of money stolen from me.
Always getting money stolen from him.
Fucking lies. Oh my god, it was so fucking awful.
Wow, wow, wow. He's a bleeder.
It was so hard for me to approach and talk to women. I was like a little kid, a little boy, And it was funny because there would be times where now I realize
He goes on to say some really fucked up shit.
these girls were flirting with me or whatever, and I didn't know that, and I ignored them or whatever, and they were upset. They were like, fuck this guy, whatever. And I didn't know that. I just was really shy. And the girls that were really forward, they got their way with
Some scary looking faces he makes. No wonder why I was scared.
Now it's not the case so much. Because I'm just like, these are I just don't have any function anymore. After what I went through with my ex, a lot. And now with all this shit going on with like this other fucking woman, I really don't like.
Right. There's other female. I didn't do anything to this guy.
To a relationship with a woman born in America. It wasn't America.
Now he keeps going, a woman born in America. That makes me think that Secular was already going over there, probably in some kind of troll account, talking to him, even if it wasn't about me. That whole born in America thing is such a weird thing.
Americans. Because I just see this attitude and this hate among the women in this country now that I don't know. They don't respect men. They don't respect. I mean, I have been so disrespected.
It sounds just like shit Secular would say. I'm telling you, I bet you most of these trolls that this guy, if he was having trolls, could go after him at all, I bet you a lot of them were Secular. Fucking Secular.
Nothing but respect. And so when you have these people that go on here, it's just a major turnoff for me. Like, I don't know. It's just, like I said, like, people can have business. So much easier. It'd be so much less.
Nobody knows. Why were you playing Debbie's live stream? You were the one not minding your business.
Mind your own business. Because, like I said, I mean, my channels I don't like to watch. I don't go to like I don't go to her channel.
See, SG. There he says, SG. I don't go to her channel.
I don't go to her channel because I'm not interested. I'm not interested in looking at bullshit. People criticize me for my channel, yet mine is original content. It's original content.
I don't know. You were just playing Debbie's live stream.
I'm not copying other people's stuff. I'm not putting up other people's reviews. I might not have the subs or whatever.
You just played Debbie's live stream.
At least my YouTube channel is mine. Like my stuff on it. I mean, I can show other people stuff where, the other things or whatever like that, or look at things so we have something to talk about and discuss. That's about it. I'm not using it for the.
That means that the discussion is what the content is, which is okay, because it's okay to. That's what a lot of talk shows do. They're talking about things going on.
Content solely. I'm using it as a crutch or whatever. I don't show their shit and not have myself involved in it, saying something, doing something, or putting my face with it.
But I don't know why you were involved. That's the thing, though, Vern. You claimed that I stalked you. Why were you here in this community? As if you were here in this community ever before. You weren't. But you have to admit, Debbie, that he knew all about me and all about you and modded you immediately and knew all about Chosen One while telling you I had stalked him, and yet you had never heard me even mention him. Never. And here he is. And if I stalked him, why the fuck would he be back in this community? He clearly used to do UFO stuff, and he does not go back to it because he got caught up in stalking me.
I mouth him like, oh, but I don't want to take his brother away. If I had a whole bunch of people on here, it would be different how I would do it too. Because then I would promote his channel. I would make sure everybody fucking went over to visit that was on there on the live and stuff. I would do that, but there's not any reason because I don't have anybody on my channel. So.
But I thought he was being trolled by hundreds of people. He has nobody on his channel, right? Which is totally obvious here. The only people now on his channel, and the only, but Debbie, I was a truer friend to you through that whole thing. He was lying. He was gaslighting a lot of the shit that happened between you, me, and a lot of people. He was behind it. Him, DDP, who was Vlad then. We all saw how quickly Vlad changed his whole persona into this Maddie, drug-hating, against enablers motherfucker with a voice changer. Pretending like as if he'd ever even been to Detroit.
I made friends, and then all, they stray or they go their own way. And I got picked for a lot of people on it. My channel's an up and down channel.
But it's okay. Because we're here now. That's what matters, right? Better to realize that somebody's true friends after that time than to realize somebody wasn't. That's what I think. Just now. Right here. Better to realize you're true friends later than realize you're not true friends after. Right? Definitely. We got nowhere to go but up. Right? That's awesome. See? That's somebody who stuck with you. And both of us stuck by, actually, through tough times, still remain friends. You know what I'm saying? Because you were to me, too. At the end of the day, our loyalties laid with each other. At the end of the day. If you think about it without either one of us saying it out loud, just subconsciously, we ended up, our loyalty, our what was right was already in us because we're in touch with our inner selves, you know. That's what it is. Some of these people, like, did you see what I sent you and the facial expressions on loop? Isn't that weird? Those are people with nothing inside them.
Sometimes, it goes with that because of my whole, I was venting all my frustrations with my ex, my YZ.
See, you guys, I was venting all my frustrations with my ex. He knew exactly what he was doing on me. I became the face of every woman he ever fucking hated.
I can promise you this. If people think they got away with fucking around, see, I've been online in the sand here, and there's been people that have stepped over. And now is not the time or the place or whatever to do what I need to do. But I am going to tell you this. I will have justice. One.
And what scares me is that he thinks that I did something to him. And people are inciting him still to think that I did something to him, and I didn't. He needs to realize that I didn't.
Way or another, when I'm wrong at this point. And if people want to wrong me, think they are going to get away with it, there's going to be a time when you realize you made a faulty, terrible mistake and judgment there.
Now, at this point, I was 7 days into being diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. And I had to be scared of this.
Because I'm making a list. And if I end up the way I'm thinking I'm going to be ending up, then I would not want to be on my list. That's why I'm saying. Because I have ways of doing things.
Are you here, Debbie? Because I want you to specifically hear this. This is important right here.
The other things or whatever like that, or look at things so we have something to talk about and discuss. That's about it. And unfortunate accidents happen. All the make friends and then all, they stray, they go their own way. And I've been through a lot of people on here. My channel's an up and down channel. It goes like crazy sometimes, and it goes I really with that because of my whole.
All right, I want you to hear this specifically because you'll know why I was so scared.
So much easier. There'll be so much less rage and less hate. People just mind their own business. It's so much easier. You'll make friends and then all, they stray, they go their own way. I mean, I've been through a lot of people on here. My channel's an up and down channel. It goes like crazy sometimes, and it goes really with that because of my whole. I was venting all my frustrations with my ex, my YZ. But I can.
He more or less says he does. He listen.
Promise you this. If people think they got away with fucking around, see, I've been online in the sand here. And
but I didn't do anything to him, and he still thinks I do stuff to him. Even now, with what's up in there, telling him that in DDP, and I'm trying to convey, Vern, when you were in your freaking bathtub recently, I went over there. I said, no hard feelings on anything. BP was there, and she confirmed for you that was me. And I just wanted it to be okay. And look what's happened.
And now is not the time or the place or whatever to do what I need to do. But I am going to tell you this. I will have justice one way or another when I'm wrong at this point. And if people want to wrong me and think they are going to get away with it, there's going to be a time.
I didn't wrong him.
When you realize you made a faulty, terrible mistake and judgment there. Because I'm making a list. And if I end up the way I've been thinking I'm going to be ending up, then I would not want to be on my list.
So basically, nobody wanted to be on his fucking list. And I was 52-year-old woman with cancer. And this person, they started providing him my real address and shit.
Because I have ways of doing things. I looked it up on Google that nobody has ever even thought of. And I will not mention any of it. The things that I think of.
Wait,
Well, like I
listen.
said,
Listen to this, Debbie. Listen. I need to listen to this.
you don't want to fuck with me. You don't want to turn me into a bad evil person. Because they're not the kind of evil that I can produce. I'm not kidding you. It almost sends shivers up my spine to think of the things that I thought of her already. That's disposed to
Thought up of her already.
individuals in ways in which there would never ever be even a question of it. It would be an unfortunate accident. And unfortunate accidents happen all the time.
I feel nauseous. It was on. Now he'd been doing this since right into like beginning of 2019, and this is fucking October 15th, 2020. Okay,
Talk about it, discuss. That's about it.
and I didn't have time even to.
Like I said, you don't want to fuck with me. You don't want to turn me into a bad evil person. Because it's not the kind of evil that I can produce. I'm not kidding you. It almost sends shivers up my spine to think of it.
24/7 now. He's on live stream with all my old mods in there, and people trying to incite this hatred again in him. And man,
That's the things that I thought of her already. That's disposed to individuals in ways in which there would never ever be even a question of it. It would be an unfortunate accident. And unfortunate accidents happen all the time.
his eyes roll back in his head and there's only white right there at 50 minutes and 32 seconds. It's just white.
And how many times do they have been murdered and people didn't even realize it had been?
Ugh. I feel nauseous listening to this. This was 7 days after being diagnosed with stage 3.
I'm sure if I probably the efforts already been perceived and even carried out. But I have never found anyone on 4 of them. And that's 4 out of 6. I cannot find any report on it or anything.
So he acts like 6 minutes. I'm sorry, not 6 minutes. 6 people. I was reading Debbie's two he's seen write-ups about that he's done something to, but 4 of them he hasn't. It means it was never a crime, he says. And he's back now. I'm running 24/7 live stream. Ugh. It's kind of too long. It's not too long.
But I open up my channel to people as a place to, even the SG girl, I open it up.
Even SG girl.
Come on and say her shit, invent her shit. And let a lot of people come on. And some people just don't work out.
But I didn't do anything to him. For him to still be, featuring this forum of We Hate SG. What the fuck, man?
And I realize now that SG my channel for a different purpose. You came there to fucking.
But I didn't. I only went, I think I was only there 2 times, really. I mean, I didn't do anything.
Fuck with it. blame whatever fault she did me because I was a victim and she can't understand.
I didn't know anything about him. I didn't really know much about YouTube. I just typed in paranormal live streams now. That's all it was. All I did was type in paranormal live streams now. The only live stream I'd ever been to was Tom Reed's. And it was late at night. But because it was late at night here, like 2 in the morning here, all the way across the country in Nevada, it was, I don't know what time. What, 10, 11? I don't know. Right? So they were live. I was the only person there. Now I think back, I didn't even take into account the time zone difference. So for me, I'm thinking, oh, this poor person sitting here talking about the split up between him and his ex and how his kids were gone. He wasn't even like looking at the live. There was nobody there. I just said hello and talked to him about, how about splitting up and kids are resilient, it'll be okay. I didn't do anything to him. I didn't do anything to him. I really didn't.
But I open up my channel to people as a place to even as you go. I open it up and let her come on and do her shit and vent her shit and let a lot of people come on. And
Vent my shit.
some people just don't work out. And I realize now that she my channel for a different purpose. She came there to fucking fuck with me.
But that's not true.
Because I was a victim and she can't understand.
I can't believe this, man.
She can't understand that because she's been victimizing men her whole life.
Well, I didn't know him. I didn't know this person. All I typed in was paranormal live streams now. I didn't know him.
But I think I'm going to draw a line in the sand, and I'm sorry if it has to be this way, but now that I see what's going on with these people and stuff, I'm not gonna say they're bad people necessarily,
But I didn't know this person. Really, seriously, I didn't. I had only been on YouTube for a short time. The first channel that I subbed to was Sylvester the Talking Cat. God bless Steve Cash. Rest in soul. My God. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Wow. That was such a loss in my mind of pure talent. I don't know if anybody has ever watched Sylvester the Talking Cat. And sometimes the guy, Steve Cash, he would talk about how he didn't make a video because he'd been depressed. And just every once in a while. I don't think he did live streams and stuff. I never saw anything like that. I mean, I worked a lot, YouTube wasn't my thing. I did every once in a while Facebook, but it wasn't my thing. Did you hear the part where he said he had killed like 6 people and only 2 were like stories about it, and how he's like, he realizes that I didn't go to his channel. And I'm just trying to explain, like, I was really new to YouTube when I found Vern's channel. I didn't go there for the reason he's saying here. I didn't know him. All I did was type in paranormal live stream. It was 2 a.m. here. I didn't even take into account that this person was in another time zone. So I just thought he was just some sad guy because he fucking has kids and his. I didn't know that it was years before and he was still on it. And then fucking he just, you could, there's people who will attest to it if ever they might. But Jax even said himself that, and you say that if I was stalking this guy, I would have mentioned it before. I would have said something. I mean, nobody even knew that I was feeling stalked at that time, you know? Well, you can't watch it real fast. It's just, all you got to do is just watch the first 5 minutes and you'll see what's on screen the whole time I'm playing it. That's all that's on the screen is him looping these facial expressions. And they're so scary. And one of them, I swear to God, his eyes roll back in his face. And I really, really don't hate this person. I don't hate him. You can be scared of somebody that you don't hate. You know that? And I'm scared of him. And I don't know if that makes him feel good. But I'm scared of cancer too. And I'm scared of 18-wheelers next to me on the highway. Scared of spiders. You see that? You see those? He did that. I didn't make that. That's his video. He made that himself. But he talks about killing people here and them not being found. Did you hear it, Debbie? Listen.
I can promise you this. If people think they got away with fucking morality, see, I've done online in this and there's been people that have stepped over it. And now is not the time or the place or whatever to do what I need to do. But I am going to tell you this.
Like, you know, Debbie, that when he talks about hating somebody, it's me.
Not justice, one way or another, when I'm wrong at this point. And if people want to wrong me and think they are going to get away with it, there's going to be a time when you realize you made a faulty, terrible mistake.
Do you see the one where his eyes roll back in his head? When you listen to the audio with those pictures, it's fucking terrifying. It's terrifying.
Because I'm making a list. And if I end up...
It's terrifying. Oh my God, he's terrifying, Debbie. Are you looking at those faces? They're terrifying. It's him. He reminds me of oh my God, Brian Dennehy, when he's always in those movies where he plays some killer. Like, didn't he play John Wayne Gacy? Oh my God.
And I would not want to be on my list.
He nods his head right after that. It's so scary. And I was 7 days into being diagnosed with stage 3 cancer, Debbie. I'm 5'6" and 120 pounds. Hi, UFO bro. Doesn't he? His eyes roll back in his head, Debbie.
Because I have ways of doing things that I've looked it up on Google that nobody has ever even thought of. I will not mention any of it.
They say all the time about serial killers. They confiscate their computer and they were looking up murders on Google.
The things that I think of. This is why, like I said, you don't want to fuck with me. You don't want to turn me into a bad evil person. Because it's not the kind of evil that I produce. I'm not kidding you.
When he was in his bathtub video recently and I went over there and I specifically didn't say I apologize or he should apologize. I said, hey Vern, I just wanted to say no hard feelings. No. Let's just leave it, let's just let him hear this because he may not have heard this, Debbie. A lot of people didn't hear this video. And this is 7 days after I got diagnosed with stage 3.
It almost sends shivers up my spine to think of the things that I thought of her already.
Of her already. The things I've thought up of her already. Me. He's talking about ways to kill me.
In ways in which there would never ever be even a question of it. That would be an unfortunate accident. And unfortunate accidents happen all the time.
Did you hear that, UFO bro?
How many times
Unfortunate. He was going to kill me.
today have been murdered and people didn't even realize it had been? I'm sure if I thought of it up, it's already been perceived and even carried out. But I have never found anyone on 4 of them. And that's 4 out of 6. I cannot find any report on it or reason.
Hi, Nina.
Which means you believe it never ever happened as a crime. Right?
Yay, Nina. I mean, that sounds like he was planning on doing something mean.
But I open up my channel to people as a place to come, even as you go. I open it up and let her come on and say her shit and vent her shit.
That
And let a lot
much?
of people come on. And some people just don't work out.
Man, if you looked at where he says that right there, it's 52 minutes and 11 seconds into it. Man, that's a scary motherfucker right there. So scary right there.
That she came to my channel for a different purpose. She came there to fucking fuck with me.
But that's not true because all I did was type in paranormal live streams now. And his popped up. Like, so he wasn't even shadow banned. Like, he kept yelling about. He thought somebody had ruined his channel, but they didn't. In reality, if you think about that, I'm way across the country. Way across the country. I was new to YouTube. I typed in paranormal live streams now, and his came up. I didn't know who he was. So he was bitching, thinking that he had been shadow banned by YouTube and all this shit had happened to him. But now, like right now, thinking about it, he had to be wrong because he came up and I didn't know him. And I don't think even Jax told me that Vern and them never even knew anything about the Chosen One community prior to. And I was new. He was never shadow banned like he thought he was, I guess. Whatever that means. I don't even know what shadow ban means. But he would yell a lot that YouTube was trying to fuck him over. But when I typed in paranormal live streams now, He popped up. And there was nobody in his room. It was 2 a.m. here. I didn't know he was in Nevada, so 10 a.m. being on live would make sense. I just thought he was like me and bored, and it was 2 a.m. I didn't do anything for any nefarious purpose. And I'm telling him that he thought that it was something nefarious, but he literally popped up when I typed in paranormal live streams now. I didn't type in his name or nothing. So I don't think that YouTube was trying to do anything to him at that time or anything because he popped up. I'm just saying.
But anyway, fault she didn't because I was a victim and she can't understand that. She can't understand that because she's been victimizing me her whole life.
I haven't. No, I have never victimized any man. I don't know what he means by that. I didn't know him.
But I think I'm going to draw a line in the sand, and I'm sorry if it has to be this way, but now that I see what's going on with these people and stuff.
Is it any wonder I was scared? I know UFO, but this particular video is from October 2000, October 15th, 2020. And I know that people don't have a lot of the backstory, so this is giving some of the backstory. It's giving some of the backstory. And I don't hate Vern. Like I said, it's possible to be scared of somebody who some things perhaps were his mind maybe was beyond his control at that time. I don't know. But I'm trying to convey to people that don't have that going on that when people don't point out to him kindly that I never did anything to him. I never did anything to him. Like he says right here, he thinks I went to his channel for nefarious reasons. I didn't. I just typed in paranormal live streams now, and he popped up. That was all it was. I never did anything to him. I wasn't there to bother anybody.
I'm not going to say that they're bad people necessarily, but their hearts misplaced. And if he has made himself, I think might have felt shame or bothered or whatever, but
I think she's talking about Vern, right? Yeah.
the guys, but I'm even really sick and tired of middle-aged women to post.
See? I don't know what he... Oh, you mean Vern? And as of lately, I haven't seen him talking about you, but Secular, you keep stirring trouble in your chat, and I guess, I don't know, he's an idiot, Secular is.
Menopausal women attacking me and defending me. Someone who's attacking me. I've been a victim of injustice, of sexism, of racism.
See, he saw me as the face of every female he's ever hated. Any judge in washout court, any any female, he saw me as that face, like the guy who killed John Lennon or something. I mean, he saw me as the face of every woman he's ever hated.
Court of law. And see, none of you people have ever been in a court of law and had that happen. So you don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like to be treated with racism in a fucking court of law of the United States of America. Whether it's a tribal court or a federal court, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. Tribal court is supported by federal court. Nobody knows what that's like. The only person that's in my circle that is anything close is Alex. You know?
Okay, because Alex was Mexican. So he's thinking that.
Alex knows because Alex had it happen to him. You know, it wasn't racism, it was sexism.
Now, I've never heard Alex say he went to jail because of a woman. Never heard Alex say that story.
And false fucking things, and he actually had to get a fucking lockup for it, and fucking until they fucking clean them all up and everything. See, he doesn't get that time back. He doesn't get that time back.
Well, he might have gotten like what's it called? PC, protective custody. Maybe he was drunk and being violent. Lockup is different than fucking prison, dude.
Bullshit. They fucking owe him his time back.
A day
for fucking allowing themselves to use poor judgment.
His eyes roll back in his head right there at 55 minutes and 22 seconds. It's so weird.
Allowing that person to think this or that or whatever. But see, when someone accuses you of something else without any physical evidence or proof, it should be taken as anything else. It's just an accusation. Just because someone says that you raped them, it doesn't mean you raped them. It doesn't mean you did anything.
Wow. So all those women over there that are sitting there like I Heart Pink and Bobby Ramos and Buns and them. I'm seeing it upside down. I know how you feel, Debbie. Debbie, I'm with you there. Debbie, I'm so with you. I'm so with you. More than you know. More than you know, or you probably do know now that I'm telling you. I'm right there with you. So 100%. I feel you 110%, man. But Night Owl, even though it turned out clear, right? Which is what, of course, people want to hear, right? It's scary to think that it could have been the opposite. Like before you went, I know you because we spoke, and I told you, oh, it's gonna be clear, it's gonna be fine. With all the confidence in the world, I really felt like that. But when it comes to myself, I have a hard time being that confident. Man, I got a hard time being that confident. I know. I'm so glad it turned out clear for you, man. Oh, happy day, man, because that's amazing and wonderful, and I love you to pieces. But man, if I can only not be that scared.
Or this other ex who I got to fight with one night or whatever. She got drunk as fuck. And then went away and came back. Told me to leave, and I packed up all my shit and was trying to get the fuck out of there.
So you guys, they came one night, told me to get out. So let's get this straight. Let's hear this again. So an ex came. He was doing something to his ex.
But I'm getting really sick and tired of middle-aged women to post judgment and allowing that person to think this or that or whatever. But see, when someone accuses you of something else without any physical evidence or proof, it should be taken as a fucking as anything else. It's just an accusation. Just because someone says that you raped them, it doesn't mean you raped them. It doesn't mean you did anything. I had a girlfriend before this other ex who.
Well, this is how all his girlfriends, it seems to go with this guy. It's just commentary. I spun the wheel and his name came up. You guys heard it, right? Look, I'll spin it again. And if it changes, then maybe I might have to switch my commentary because I'm going to spin the wheel.
Are you a filmmaker
it's a
or a
commercial.
content creator
Sorry.
and looking for high quality music
Before I
and
can spin
sound
it.
effects
Here we go.
for no
Spinning it. Here we go. Let's see, where's it gonna land? It's gonna land there. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Again. Said that person was him.
Who I got to fight with him one night or whatever. They came back, told me to leave, and I tried to find all my shit. I was trying to get the fuck out of there.
So it was probably her place. She wanted him to go, right? He's trying to pack his stuff up and go. Let's see.
And she came back.
And then she came back. Wait a minute. I thought it was supposed to be you that was packing your shit up to leave. Now she had to leave, and then she came back, and
She was trying to hit me.
well, maybe because you were still fucking there. I mean, weren't you supposed to be fucking gone by then? What the fuck, dude?
And like the girl can't hit. Okay, it's like I know how to fight.
Ah, girl can't hit him.
So the other day hit me. I mean, there's not pretty much a girl that, unless she's really buff and knows how to hit just right, is gonna hurt me.
So he knows that he can hit women. He knows that.
Even hitting me in the face, you know. I would hit fucking with shit that would like. You know, I've been hit with a car. 51 miles an hour is 5. And I got hit by a piece of soil at the same time. I put my head.
That wasn't what we were talking about. We're talking about a girl, not a piece of wood or a car.
Through shit before, you know what I mean? Like I broken fucking 5 guys' hands with my fucking eye socket. Okay, so you don't want to fucking hit me. You don't because it.
Okay, lovely. So he feels that he could stay in her house. She left her own house because he wouldn't leave. Came back and he was still there.
Like I come from like primordial stock. Like
No, not prime stock because your mind isn't right. Just because you're big and burly means you're a buffoon. You're a buffoon. You're like the grape ape. Grape ape. Where did he go? Which way did he go? I'm just saying. You need to get over it because, you know, you are actually smart. And you're shit where you're walking and all that, and you've lost weight. You are recovering nicely. I wish you no ill will. But it's the part of you here that I'm starting to see. I started to see you, Vern, or even UFO Bro, or any of the people in the right logical mind that might want to say to him, I've seen him start to do this voice that he would do when he was doing his SG hatred rants. Yeah, you know, I'm watching it become again something that I'm scared every day because of cancer. If I stub my toe, I think the pain will attract the cancer. I know it sounds silly. It's just the way it is. There's no need for a person across the country, 54 years old, tax-paying citizen, only really went on Vern's live stream maybe 3 times. Not up on the panel, only once on the panel. Well, no, since then, maybe 2 or 3, trying to just be nice. But the whole room will make the awkwardness. It's the room. It's not the guest. It's the room. It's your room that makes the awkwardness, Vern. I don't wish you any ill will. I think you live in a place painted by the hand of God. I think that I keep telling you that I'm going to post this video of where the guy talks about the changing their routine makes different the receptors in your brain. If by breaking up the routine, it will really make things, and you've done that, and I think it's wonderful. And man, I just think you're in such a great place in life. I'm not jealous of you, but I am in a way. I'm not gonna lie. You can walk and fish. And see, I don't like to touch worms. It turns out you don't even use worms. You use the other things, but I'm just not you. And I don't live that close to a place to fish. And then around you have these mountains that are fucking glorious. Then you show this pool that is, oh my God, are you kidding me? Now I know that Vern, if we don't share the same birthday, we share almost the same birthday. I can't be certain. We are both Pisces. We are so close in birthday. I want to say he's the 24th. I really do. I want to say that Vern is the 24th of February and I'm the 25th. And that water, everything he does is so healing. And to dive into that pool water, Vern, I bet you, just like when you were in your bathtub videos, water is life to you. You're so on the right track. Don't keep thinking that I wish you any ill will. I'm only doing commentary on this particular video so I can convey to you the things that you said and point out that you think I went on your live stream for a nefarious purpose. And at the same time, we've learned that you weren't banned even from YouTube. You were, when I typed in paranormal live streams now, you popped up all the way from Nevada, all the way across country. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. UFO, bro. You are two fish swimming opposite directions. Don't let the one making you want to swim into the fucking piranhas guide you. Please. please. Don't.
Well, they have a lot of Neanderthal, I think, in Europe and all that stuff. And Neanderthals have very fucking deep, when their eye sockets really fucking heavy bones, and like you can see on my fucking eyes too. And my skeletal structure is very,
So
very
he
deep.
even describes himself as a Neanderthal. I myself, 5'6", 120 pounds, and at this point, 7 days into stage 3 cancer.
Younger, it was a lot better. I'm falling apart now, but when I was young, before I broke my foot, especially, before I was 11, from age 5 to 11, I was like 4 times stronger than
5 to 11. How strong do you fucking want to be at 5 to 11? Come on, man. You should have been playing with Stretch Armstrong. We're the same age, buddy. He looks so mean right here. It's paused at 57 minutes and 29 seconds. And he only froze like what, Debbie? Like maybe 8 faces in this video of his own. And they're so scary.
I think, whatever. And that's how I broke my foot, was actually I stepped wrong playing pickle. I had so much strength in my fucking leg.
Pickle? Did he say a pickle?
So I broke my foot. I actually just snapped the fucking bone in my foot when I went to step, and it wasn't strong enough.
Doesn't make
And after
sense.
that, all of a sudden, I just lost everything. It was like, because my body had just realized that it was fucked up or something.
That doesn't make sense, buddy. You just said that girl hit you after, like you were an adult having an adult relationship. So if your strength is being Goliathan Neanderthal only lasted from 5 to 11. I mean, come on, buddy. At this point, I just paused it. It's 57 minutes and 52 seconds in is the one where his eyes roll up in his head. So
I lost a lot of strength in that. I would have been able to probably play back in professional sport had I not broken my foot. But after that, I couldn't kick. I mean, I used to be able to kick that fucking soccer.
Well, you're not supposed to fight anybody in a professional sport. You're supposed to be playing the sport.
I'm not kidding you. When I was fucking like 9 years old, 8, 9, 10 years old, like 75 yards. I can kick a soccer ball 75 yards in the air. Okay,
Do you guys believe that? 75 yards in the yard. Do you guys believe that? Yeah, but Debbie, it might not be that. I know it's scary to think it, but I don't think it is. No, I think it is. That we take life for granted and it isn't guaranteed. It doesn't matter what we die of. I think that, man, we could die at any moment. We could be eating something so healthy like a carrot stick and choke. I'm sure people have probably choked on a carrot stick. You know, for years, people use Johnson's baby powder on their babies, and then they come out with this civil action suit. It caused cancer. I mean, come on, man. That's fucking some bullshit. So you might have been, yes, exactly. That is true what Night Owl said. Right there. Hi, Cassidy. I mean, popcorn. People eat popcorn to have like a light marshmallow. I have a lady who choked on a marshmallow. I mean, these people, they would be jogging and they have a heart attack, get hit by a car. If destiny is written, that we all sit there and go, oh my God, then basically what UFO just said, what you just said, is such a gift, UFO, bro. That is wrapped up with a ribbon right there. He's 82, right? Lived probably such a wonderful life. You live in Australia, right? Did he originally come from Australia or the UK or New Zealand? I mean, you live in one of the most beautiful, painted by the hand of God places, right? He's probably watched things that he has loved that were painted by the hand of God be destroyed. He's probably seen animals in his lifetime go extinct. New Zealand Maori, alright. Kiwi. I'm pretty good though, huh? UK or New Zealand? I'm good. I said UK or New Zealand. UK or New Zealand. Am I not good right there? UFO, bro? You gotta give that one to me. Because I know people. And the Maori actually, oh, what was it? There was a tree. There was a tree. And it was in Mari. Is it the Mari or the Mari? Would it be the Mari or the Mari? I feel like it's the Mari. The latter, the second one. Number 2, the Mari. And I worry about the kiwi bird. Like, will it be extinct, you know? And there was a tree that had, because of, oh, I know what it was. It was one of the biggest trees in the world, like on the list of the 10 biggest trees. I know you live in Australia, but I was talking about where your father came from. That he was probably a very deserving of a diagnosis of 6 months to live. That's your time to wrap up your loose ends, say goodbye, play dramatic music, cry all you want. But God looked him in the eyes and said, "Are you tired? Do you want to come home?" It might be longer than 6 months, but it won't be until he says, yeah, yeah. And then at that moment, God will take him and put him in the palm of his hand and bring him right home. Because I watched that special, and this tree, because of a drought, it was one of the biggest trees in the world, and it was dying. And so the Maori had redirected. They gave up their water. Australia did, not Australia, I'm sorry, New Zealand, the people. You know, it wasn't only them. I mean, it was a group effort. But the Maori, they stood there and they sang like to this tree. And it's still alive now, but they redirected the water to it. Aw, Cassidy. That story really made me one day, man. It was beautiful outside, but it was raining in my car. And I was so angry at God, and I was thinking, God, why would you kill people I love? Why do you hate me? Why would you kill people I love? I was young, you know. I think I was 21, 20, 21. And I ran into the person who gave the eulogy at my sister's funeral. And every time he would come back he had become a born-again Christian that was, you know, going all over these third world countries, these war-torn countries, preaching and everything. But I knew him, you know, throughout my life up till my sister was, you know, I don't know, certainly they split up, whatever, you know. But when I was little, I remember, you know, he would bring me. He had a motorcycle, and he would bring me on a motorcycle ride to Friendlies. They had ice creams, and they don't really sell it much anymore. But it was Friendlies chocolate almond chip ice cream, and chocolate almond chip ice cream was so dang good. And just to say, like, how lucky I feel, like, I get it that there wasn't a lot of male influences in my life, but when I do think of male influences, which I don't often, of the ones to appreciate, I do think of Randy. He got hit by a drunk driver and had to learn how to walk and talk and everything again. And then he went back to working at this butcher shop that he would work at. Okay, I hope you feel better. I mean, eat something. Eat something. He, he went back to working at this butcher shop, and when I would say hi, Randy, he would say hi, and then, you know, sometimes you have to wait in line for the butcher, and then by that point he would come over and go, Tracy, I remember you now. Like, he wouldn't remember me. Okay, Debbie, love you, really, sincerely. I've never physically met you, but you would physically leave a space in my heart if anything ever happened to you. So if you ever think that you mean nothing, you do. You do. I know that to be true because as I think of it and convey those feelings to you, I feel them. They're feelings. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to have feelings. Maybe we could be scared together and go together to an appointment virtually, and because I 100% know your fear, and every time I don't feel good, I think, oh, I'm gonna die. And you know what the thing is I don't want to die. But say that I did go, right? And I have an appointment coming up. But I'm gonna be straightforward, and I'm gonna be very candid right now. If it's said the worst thing that it could say, right? What would I do? What would I do? What if they said, well, you could get chemo, but see, we thought it was like one of those, what do they call them? You know, they used to give it to women to produce it, but then they want to subdue it because they found out it's cancer. So they gave me anastrozole, and in no, whatever it is, something you know, that is supposed to not produce something that I can't even think of the word for it. You know, when you hit menopause and your body stops producing it. Right, and that's good. The white blood cell count is fighting. But, you know, it was pretty much always, I had to keep going back for that fucking test because it was always up, never down. But in a way, on the flip side, it means, well, hey, you know what? He's fucking 82. I'm telling you, there's people who have lived their life never smoking. My mother, she didn't smoke and she had fucking emphysema. You know what I'm saying? Your dad has, if he has Mario blood running through him, he's got blood going through him that loves the Mother Earth. Mother Earth, Father Earth. It's got the ability to procreate right on it. Whether it's a mother, father, it's all right here. And those particular, in a place like New Zealand, and I'm just saying that your dad's gonna be fine. I mean, he may not pull through, but whether he's here for another 6 months or 2 years or 20, in 20 years, UFO bro, we may all still be talking. And you might be like, I can't believe my dad is gonna be 102 this year. That I was saying, I didn't have a reaction to an Astrazone, whatever it is. I'm just saying that I think that all of our stories are already written. I think we're predestined for things. I really do. I don't think that there's such a thing as, oh, you're a good person and then you're gonna have good things. I think that you could be a good person and have everything bad happen. To that. I was saying, the NSR. Okay, I get it now. I reread it. I was looking at it upside down. I get it now. I thought you said I did. I was reading upside down. Truly. Not that I was hanging upside down.
It's like fucking like Ray God, you know what I mean? And when I broke my foot, I can just fall fucking 10 feet. I'm not kidding you. It's like unbelievable how I fucking up. I mean, I used to be able to fucking punt a ball so far after that I could never get to that. The whole thing just fucked me completely.
Since he was 11. Kicking a ball fucked him completely. Seriously?
No, it was terrible. I fucking like didn't play baseball anymore. I just became a fucking idiot.
When did they kick balls with base? I don't even understand that. He just became a fucking idiot because he couldn't kick a ball or play. I mean, come on.
All because I broke my foot.
Seriously?
And then sitting after my building, I got my weight all the way out. Best shape of my life. I was like 28 years old or something, 27.
Best shape of your life. I thought you broke your foot and everything went downhill after that from 11. Now you're the best shape of your life. And you did what?
I fucking break my ankle hella bad. And
Hella bad.
My metabolism changed and shit. I like fucking went up 2 sizes.
Stop it. I mean, stop it.
with my fucking pants, and now my pant size is growing. I'm so tired of being fat though around my midsection. This sucks.
I really feel like his father's gonna be fucking talking and telling the stories till he's 102. Just like I felt like with you, Night Owl, when I said, no, it's gonna be fine, you're gonna be all clear. I feel like your dad's gonna be totally fine. The fact that he keeps smoking cigarettes is even more confirming for me. Because I don't think it's the cigarettes that gave him cancer. I think that everyone who smoked cigarettes could have gotten lung cancer. Everyone. Everyone. I think it was something he did as a job. Something that he did as a job. It's things that are natural from the earth are probably less apt to give you cancer. So, tobacco and stuff like that, nicotine, caffeine, all that is grown from the earth. It's probably less. Like, you never heard anybody getting cancer from cocaine, right? But from cigarettes, never heard cancer from weed. I mean, but if there's any reason that they get cancer from cigarettes, it's because what man added into it. And I just feel like, does your dad tell a lot of does he tell stories? Not fake stories, but stories that are legend, stories from you know what I'm saying? Like an Aesop fable kind of thing, but Maury. I don't know. How old was he when he left New Zealand? And does he still go back? I mean, let's be for real. Even an 82-year-old person who got any kind of pneumonia or lung infection throughout their life, which they probably did, will develop scar tissue within their lungs. Scar tissue can turn into cancer. So, any kind of pneumonia, lung infection, because your lungs are so paper thin. Paper thin. I mean, from what I've not, is that really Bobby Ramos? And Bobby Vamos? I don't know, Bobby, are you? What are you here to spam? Damn, ridiculous. I like how you say we, so at least you acknowledge that you're probably drunk. Well, that's good. At least you're taking responsibility for your own drunkenness.
But yeah, I'm gonna distance myself from these people. I don't want to have nothing to do with this shit anymore. I'm not gonna run my that channel anymore. let's see how much more for now.
That's okay though, Bobby. How inappropriate of a time while we were discussing UFO Bro's father and cancer. How inappropriate are you? That's how much. That's how inappropriate you are, Bobby. That's what UFO Bro said there. And what you said was this. Now, we've been talking about it for a while, so you can't say, oh, I didn't realize it, because we got these comments here, right? All leading down to it, right? Prayers, all of it, right? Okay? We're discussing a real topic in life. And what you said was, if that's her, is that her? That's what you said. UFO Bro doesn't know what to say, so he says Bobby, which could be interpreted as a welcome, Bobby. You know, nice, addressing, yes. Or could be Bobby. Could be whatever, right? But obviously, it's such an open-ended greeting because you're so inappropriate. Inappropriate, Bobby. Look at yourself. You have nothing to contribute anymore. And you know what bothers me the most about it is I care about you because I had so many conversations with you and time to develop care about you. And I'm a normal human being. And we spoke on the phone. I mean, really, I'm sorry. So my concern is exactly what I think it is. I'm not even going to say it. But I get concerned because you didn't act that way before that particular thing, which I don't even want to say. But you didn't act that way. And you changed. And I love you. And I know that I've seen the damage that some things can do that I don't feel I want to even like say what I'm talking about in specifics. I just kind of hope you know that I don't know. I'd rather see you say Bobby, 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 Bobby on Vern's channel than not see you at all. So it is what it is. Just take care of yourself. But yeah, so UFO Bro, does your dad tell like tales of like legends? You know what I mean? How elders would relate. In my mind, I'm seeing him as okay. Now, see, I'm so probably so far off. Okay, I always like to favor myself as like maybe like a little seer, but whatever. Thin, probably not always thin, but I mean, I'm seeing him more like now. Okay, tell me if thin is correct now. No, not because of the cancer, but more because he's been that way for a while, kind of. Always been spindly and sinewy cut, like fit. He's fit. He was fit a lot more before, but I'm seeing short. Is he short? Like 5'5"? I could be so wrong. Am I off? I don't know. I'll give you time to think about it.
I've got channels that don't bear my name. I've got 39 channels that I can stream with them.
39 channels, Bernhard. Ooh. Now, this was back in October 15th, 2020.
I've already streamed on a few other ones, and I never got bothered by any other people, so I may just go to those and try to develop those. And not really, I'm not going to do lives anymore. I'm going to just do.
Really? That's crazy, because I think he does lives like 24/7 now. I'm not going to say anything anymore unless somebody says something. There's 30 people here. Is anybody going to say a word? No, seriously. Let's be for real. Let's not be ridiculous. I mean, it's either people are afraid of screenshotting their comments, and some goofball saying something. I mean, come on. 5'9", doing construction. So stocky. Right. But I see him being like, I don't know. He reminds me of somebody who has a lot more life left in him. In my mind. I don't know him, but somebody who has a lot more life in him. I could be wrong. Between 5'5" and 5'9" is like stocky, like construction worker, laborer. I like that. People who work with their hands. You know, that's a good thing.
Show, like I said, video large. What I'm doing. And that's pretty much what YouTube was designed to do, is to be a place where you can share your home movies or the movies that you made with your friends and family.
Right.
And then show people who are strangers, and if something was cool and is it involved or whatever. But it's involved in being, YouTube is involved in anything but YouTube. And when you have people coming out here saying, well, you don't need to be able to, it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't understand them, Vern. Why did you run? Wither away. He didn't lose anybody yet. Bobby Ramos. Did you say he died? I thought you said he's fighting cancer. Did you say he died? I don't think so. Did you? Yeah, you didn't say that. Yeah, you said he's given. He's given 6 months at 82. Right? I didn't think he died. That's why you said you and your brothers have said to go get a second opinion. Right, Bobby, pay attention. Are you drinking again? I mean, I'm just saying.
You don't have to have a reason to have a YouTube account. You don't have to have a reason for it.
We know. That's why you have 39 channels at that point.
At the end of the day, I'll debate that with anybody. You don't need a reason for the First Amendment. You don't need it. It's a right. You don't need to have any reason or excuse. Why do you need to know?
Unless you're Amber Heard.
Why do you need to ask me? Well, because it makes me wonder about it. So you wonder all you want. It's my right. So fuck yourself. Fuck you. Well, I mean,
I mean, now I just see it heading this way. Is Lake Burn still alive?
Right. You send your fucking business. How many guns I have, how many fucking cars I have, how many anything I have. If I earn the money and I bought it, if I spend the
But he
time,
said how many guns he has. Didn't he say that? Okay, Cassidy.
I should have a right to use it any way I want. And like I said, it doesn't matter. It's called rights. If you don't believe in these rights, leave this country. Go to Canada. Go to Mexico. Go to some other country where.
I didn't mention that's my dad-owned company. Who said he owned companies? I don't understand what that means. Own companies? Who said that? I don't understand.
They don't have the same constitution where they don't allow you to do the things that they do here because you don't. That way you can understand you don't need to film either. If you don't think that so should have those rights, you don't need them either. You don't need to have your YouTube channel when you go up and visit about people.
What are you talking about? This Burn guy.
You don't need to have it. Man, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I'm not going to fucking pretend anymore. Okay? I'm not a mean person. I just am a stickler for the truth. And the problem is that you can't have it your way.
And the problem was that oh, that's good. That's very commendable, UFO bro. Okay, cool, Bobby. The problem is that all I did was type in paranormal live streams now and came across Vern's. It popped up. It was in 2018. I didn't do anything to the guy. I didn't go in there with nefarious,
It has to be everyone's way or no one's way. There's nobody better than anyone else. And see, this is where, like, the Native Americans are getting all these special laws to protect them, to protect these women that need to be protected, that otherwise.
But he hates women, this guy.
Can't be protected, which is a crock of shit. Okay? Because what it is that it gives them more authority over people who are not in their tribe, is what they're looking to do. Okay? They should have no authority over anybody but their own people. Period. And I'm gonna fucking, like I said, I'm not done yet with my ex and all this other stuff. I've been sick as fuck. I've been denied
See?
counsel. I've been denied everything I need in order.
No, he wasn't.
Okay?
He just wouldn't go. He didn't even look for.
You talk about discrimination. You talk about fucking unfairness. I've wrote the book on it. There's nobody.
He was volatile. He talked about cutting their heads off and shit like that.
White, black, or anything that's any different than me. No. As far as when it comes to racism, prejudice, sexism, having a biasness put on you where they found you guilty without even giving you a fucking hearing, they didn't defend yourself. Wouldn't even hear what
He wouldn't go.
you wrote. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And like, if that judge thinks that down there that thinks that she's gonna get away with this, she's not. Because like I am a stickler for Jeffersonian. And Jeffersonian says this.
He goes, if that chick's sitting down there thinking she's going to get away with this, she's not. Now, he never specifies what chick he's ever speaking of. Sometimes he does, though.
If you cannot get justice, if you cannot have the system working, tyranny overrides it, which in my case, that's what it is. You have the right to take the law in your own hands.
To take the law into your own hands. It wasn't long after this he started ticker taping at the bottom, the banner, my address and my name, telling people to report me for healthcare fraud.
And if a judge is going to abuse their authority and their laws by fucking attacking me, and they don't even know, they're going to be really sorry because if
Well, they don't know any of the people who stand in front of them in court. They're not supposed to. That's a conflict of interest. So the bottom line is that he didn't want to go to court. He's talking about all the justices that were done to him. This is October 15th, 2020. So it's 7 days after I got the diagnosis of stage 3.
The way that I can see it is I have one choice, and one choice only. And God will not find fault in me for doing it, because I am not a sworn officer. They are. A judge.
You know, eventually he ended up getting 51 days, not because of me, because of his neighbors got scared. Because it just kept rolling and rolling. And people were doing the same thing they're doing to him now, making him think that people are doing shit to him, and they're not.
It swears an oath. When they break their oath, it's treason. When you are a sworn public official and you undermine the people by doing a criminal act, especially if it's against an innocent citizen, you should be put to death.
I know.
No matter who the fuck you are, as a president, you should be executed. You should be shot to death, hung, or whatever. But not lethal injection. No, you get fucking like what they used to give people who were traitors back in the day. You get put through it, you get to stand in front of a fucking stick.
I know.
And they fucking have a bunch of soldiers lined up and they fucking shoot you. Nancy Pelosi should be fucking put in front of a firing squad. She is so obviously
Like, really? I know, right?
corrupt, evil, doing and undermining the works of this country and the people. That she is the biggest enemy this country has ever faced with them.
But he shouldn't be allowed to say that. He shouldn't be allowed to say that. That is a public official. He should not be allowed.
I mean, seriously, I mean, other than the Bushes, maybe the Clintons, but Pelosi's right in there, she's in the same fucking family as all that. And I agree, Bush, everyone should be fucking.
So it's not Republican, Democrat for him. It's just government.
And they got shot. Bush is a fucking goddamn drug smuggler. Big time. He arranges for all the fucking drugs in this country. So he makes a fortune off it. And working for the CIA. And as an ex-president, he's protected. You cannot get out. You can't even subpoena him. That's why, in Mexico, they got back.
Now, why wouldn't I feel unsafe? Not only that, why would this person still be allowed access to the internet?
We make the president, he's not for prosecution in this country. He is, but he basically is because he's not a person. They have to do Secret Service.
He keeps sucking out of an empty cup. There's nothing left in that cup to drink. We've heard him do it a couple of times. He's even imagining liquid that quenches his thirst.
I'm a Congress need another one. I think it's actually a presidential order. So the president has to decide on it. Now, make no mistake on we live in a time in which we are going to lose all of our rights.
No, I'm not denying that he's on the right track here.
And they're going to be bought and sold. And if you don't have the money, you're not going to have the rights. You're not going to have to say it, because you have to understand, if you support anything that is un-American, such as Anything that goes against the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
No, he doesn't even know what they are. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, blah, 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 amendment, right? Okay. But there's always that's what they are. They're amendments to the Constitution. There's the Constitution, and then there's amendments. Not every state voted in those amendments to the Constitution. So you've got the Constitution, but every state has amended its own fucking. Do you know what I'm saying? They're amendments, which means fixed, right? Like you altered it, you fixed it. It's something added on. It's an amendment. I want to add this. Oh, correction. Mistake. Let's change this. You need to change it. It's an amendment, right? Am I right? Am I right? I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Amendments. You're un-American. If you think that people should not own guns, you're un-American. If you think people should not have the right to say and do whatever they want.
Oh, but what about Amber Heard? What about Amber Heard? She didn't get the right. She didn't even say the name.
Reasons of not being harmful to someone physically or to a child or anything like that. There's no, you're un-American. Okay? If you're making threats to someone who is vulnerable, who could be, you know, like that or whatever.
Like a 52-year-old woman with cancer? You mean?
But making pure, you know, simple threats. There's a fine line between wanting somebody and threatening somebody. And when you say you're threatening something, you say I'm threatening somebody. No, this is how it works. Okay.
Oh, so he's got his own set of rules. No, this is from October 15th, 2020. So he'd already been harassing me at this point. Like, it was around, a couple years ago, about a year and a half ago. Right around the time I was diagnosed. He had been praying for me to get cancer, mind you, prior to that. And then he started to run Wither Away and Die live streams after this one.
Or a judge or whatever, you're a sworn official, you know, behind the badge or whatever the law, and you caution, let's say that you tell someone, if you do this, I'm going to do this to you. That would be perceived as a threat. If I were to say that to somebody, they'd say that was a threat. Okay? Even though that not necessarily. But if it's a cop saying it, then it's a verbal warning. It's a warning.
I don't know, but I was already scared of dying from cancer. Like, I literally had to say to my kid, hey, I know it's morbid and it sucks to make arrangements in case worse comes to worse, but I need you to take me serious. That's what I had to say to her. I need you to take me serious here. Not that she didn't take me serious. It's just like everyone said, hey, don't talk like that. It's morbid. But I wanted to know that my pets would be taken care of and stuff, you know? It was important. It was important. And at the same time, this guy's talking about how he could get away with murder.
Even if it is cautioning you when you're not breaking the law. Okay? And this is where it's a fine line. A cop or a judge should not be able to exert authority over you if you are doing nothing wrong and have done nothing wrong. And if they want to treat you like a piece of shit, And in hearing, like when I went into that courtroom with the hearing.
But he didn't go.
With her why, okay? The judge in that fucking place had already convicted me. I had no chance in that. None. Because when I said I had witnesses that would corroborate, she's like, no, I don't need that.
All right. All right. At this point now, I'm going to need to do this.
And like I said, I
Because
planned.
wait a minute. I don't remember that. Hold on a second.
Courtroom with the hearing with her why, okay? The judge in that fucking place had already convicted me. I had no chance in that. None. Because when I said I had witnesses that would corroborate, she's like, no.
Okay, no, it's the same thing. Forget it.
I don't need that. And like I said, I planned on taking care of this one day.
So he's talking about his ex and the judge.
One day, I plan on taking care of it.
So no wonder why the ex would want a restraining order, right? Now, this had been going on since the very night when I typed in paranormal live stream now, live now. And his came up. What he was talking about was the same thing as he's talking about here, which was a year and a half later. Okay? He'd been talking about it for a couple of years before I even rolled onto it. I thought it was something new going on. I mean, myself was long gone. I mean, my daughter was grown, through college and stuff. But I was under the impression, first of all, that I really felt like it was something that was occurring recently. But it turned out that this guy was holding on to some fucking anger for a long time. Really, UFO? Well, I don't know anything about them, but man, he went from manifestos about, oh my God, like killing them, to then spitting in the camera saying, and you, survivor girl, cunt. And I didn't even know this person. I was like, what? And then he accused me of calling him a pear. I never called him a pear or a pear shaped. I never called him a pear or a pear shaped. But he was spitting at the camera and stuff. And you fucking cunt. You want to call me pear shaped? I never did. Never.
They went a whole year. I'm going to take a year of their life away from them the same way.
See, man.
And I know how I'm going to do it. And there's nothing they can do about it.
Because that's karma. So scary. I was so scared. I know, but I was so scared, UFO bro. Because I didn't know him or anything about his ex or anything.
You think taking my son away from me is a karma? You think not letting go of my energy isn't? Well, think of it this way now. Every time you try to take my energy, it's being forwarded to somebody else.
Now, I never saw anything about his ex still harassing him or anything. I think she was like moved on and gone.
Okay, so when you take that life energy, you're not taking mine anymore. You're taking other people. And I didn't even tell you that. Because you'll know who when they die.
See? Like, I had to die for, I mean, People had to die for what he was going through. And this is not scary.
To die from what you're doing. When you understand this, when you kill them, by then I'm going to cut that tie with you. And so your blood pressure and your diabetes and all that stuff that right now is being put on me, it's going to be put on someone else. It's going to be put back on you.
Craziness, right? And after this, he got locked up, but he's out again. And I see it going this way again.
Well, you're going to have all those years accumulate. You can see, I don't really have it. I'm taking your symptoms away. But it's progressive. And as soon as I cut that line, for the last 20 years will come very fast.
20 years? His kid wasn't even 20 years old. Or was it? I mean, I don't know how old this kid was. How old was his kid? How long had they been apart? I don't even know.
I've already cut, like I said, most of it. Almost got it cut. It's got to do one simple act to completely clean myself off, and that I will be immune. If I don't do the I'm going to reverse what's being done. I will. I mean, the damage is being done. I can reverse it right now, as long as it doesn't get too far.
Oh my God.
But you can't. You understand? Because it's just like a mirror. It's just going to come right back. You go right back where it is infecting me. It's going to be all over you in the same spot. Because you really have it. I'm taking it from you. You understand that? You're the one who really has it. And it's getting worse and worse for you. Because I'm taking it.
I've never seen anybody be able to do this on their own videos before.
And it's back. When I laid hands on you, killed you in the hospital, you stole something from me when you give it back. I didn't know that.
What does that mean? Does he say when I laid hands on you and killed you? Did he say when?
I really do. I never want to see you again. Told you. You're taking other people. Am I going to tell you? Because you'll know who, when they die, when they're going to die from what you're doing. When you understand this, when you kill them, by then I'm going to cut that tie with you. And so your blood pressure and
How old is he now, though? I mean,
diabetes and all that stuff that right now is being put on me.
how long has it been since they've been apart?
It's going to be put on someone else. It's going to be put back on you.
UFO bro, I get it. You love him. But can you understand? I was scared of cancer then. And scared of this guy.
You're going to have all those years accumulated. You just see, I don't really have it. I'm taking your symptoms away.
By killing you.
As soon as I cut that line, the last 20 years will come very fast.
I think he means his last 20
I've already
years.
cut, like I said, most of it. Almost got it cut. It's got to do one simple act to completely clean myself off, and then I will be immune. If I don't
Can you believe this?
do it soon, I'm going to reverse what's being done. I will. I mean, the damage is being done. I can reverse it right now, as long as it doesn't go too far.
His eyes roll back in his head right there. 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 20 seconds.
You understand? Because it's just like a mirror. It's just going to come right back. You go right back where it is infecting me. It's going to be all over you in the same spot. Because you really have it. I'm taking it from you. You understand that? You're the one who really has it.
And everybody told me, just ignore him. Just ignore him, he'll go away. Did he?
It's getting worse and worse for you. Because I'm taking it back. When I laid hands on you, killed you in the hospital, stole something from me. You wouldn't give it back.
He does say, when I laid hands and killed on you and killed you in the hospital. What does that fucking mean? That's creepy shit right there. Ain't it? Let's be for real. I'm gonna slow it down and we're gonna re-listen to that. This is what the commentary is for. We're investigating.
When I laid hands on you, killed you in the hospital.
That's what he
You
said.
stole something from me. You wouldn't give it back. I didn't know that.
Okay. Now let's do this again. Slow-mo.
I think not letting go of my energy isn't. It's like a mirror. It's just going to come right back and go right back where it is infecting me. It's going to be all over you in the same spot. Because you really have it. I'm taking it from you.
This is in slow-mo, okay?
You understand that? You're the one that really has it. And it's getting worse and worse for you.
October 15th, 2020. He was doing this.
Because I'm taking it back. When I laid hands on you, killed you in the hospital.
Now, what did everybody hear there? When I laid hands on you and killed you in the hospital.
You stole something from me. You wouldn't give it back. I didn't know that.
Now, who is he talking about? Because I'm still alive. Who is he speaking of?
And worst of all, you try to steal money from me. You try to do all those other things. Karma's going to be a really bad thing for you.
I think his ex was in the hospital, in my opinion, and he tried to kill her or something. But it didn't work. Who knows? And that's how she got her fucking restraining order from him.
Really bad thing for you. I hope to God I never see you again. I really do. I never want to see you again. Told you to write me off now.
Now, at this point, he'd already been talking about this woman who I didn't know or anything. At this point, he already hated me. I thought he was not watching The Chosen One. I didn't know that until I heard him playing Debbie's video in the background.
You fucking killed me. My mom declared dead, and you fucking put those final nails in my coffin.
His mom had him declared dead? That sounds weird.
Just leave it at that. But I absolutely fucking hate you. I hate you with every ounce, every bit of
No
my
wonder
being.
his ex was fucking scared to death of him. Now, mind you, I spun a wheel tonight. I did not know whom I would be commentary on. I spun a wheel.
My first night, that first time in London, and I wish I could go back and fucking kill myself. Fucking do something. stopped me from fucking going and allowing
Going in where?
myself to do that when I didn't want to do it to begin with. I wasn't ready yet. Pushed me in the shed.
Push him in a shed? He wasn't ready yet.
I got laid a week before that.
He had gotten laid a week before that. Apparently he'd been in Hawaii.
Somebody else.
Hawaii. Tiny bubble.
To a whole bunch of different people.
A whole bunch.
And I let her fucking suffering. Fat, ugly fucking woman.
She sounds like the winner. Ding, 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 ding. I mean, really? His eyes are rolled back in his head here.
Fat, ugly, and she was attracted to her. And she was never a sexy person. And she just never.
But she was to you, Vern. And you should realize that doesn't come around often. It doesn't come around often. I think that there is a chemistry. I think there is such a thing as chemistry. And where, like, I myself, I find broken noses attractive. Where other people don't like broken noses. A person with a broken nose might say, ugh. You know what I'm saying? Some people like blondes. Some people like whatever it is. And then that person will put their hand on your knee. And your arms stand up on end. Or they'll put their hand on the small of your back, and even through your clothing, you can feel the heat. Right? Hi, Lemon. You can feel the heat. It's chemistry. That's all it is. It doesn't happen with everyone. It's not. The key is not calling them ugly, which is such a superficial thing. Like, you know, especially if you're still talking about them, then you know in your head you don't think they're ugly. Now, I'm not saying he's still talking about them, that person, but he knows he fucked up because, right, exactly, Lemon. Exactly. Not like an enema, but he knows it. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's secular song. It's like an enema. But so Vern, get to know yourself a little bit here. What you're expressing here is heartbreak. Because you know that doesn't come around all the time. You even try to sweep up that she wasn't ugly. But you probably couldn't list the things that you found beautiful in her because other people might not. It might just be, I don't know, it was just the way her hair felt, or, you know, whatever it was. It's normal. Society has deemed so much abnormal that people let themselves be defined by that. That's what they're defined by. Vern thinks his life got ruined because he hurt his foot and couldn't kick a ball after he was 11. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It didn't though, Vern, because here's the thing. You're very smart and very blessed. And you did a good thing. You stayed with your mom and took care of your mom. Okay? A lot of people, for whatever reason it may be, they're just not there when their loved one passes away, and you weren't. You did a good thing. You got mountains painted by the hand of God around you. You got this beautiful swimming pool that, yes, I'm going to admit right now, automatically, I mean, not jealous enough to be, like to hate you, but not even jealous. Just, man, I'd be like, yeah, if I lived close to you, I'd be calling you up and saying, hey, let's go swimming. And if you said, oh, well, I haven't fixed the pool yet, I'd be like, well, fucking get on that shit, motherfucker. Please bait my hook and cast it for me, and I'll roll the joint. Honest to God, you have everything right there. So beautiful. So awesome. And you're so in tune right now that I don't want you to lose that. You know yourself that your routine has changed. And for some reason, things have changed in the universe of Vern. And to look around you, man, you got some shit going on there. Great shit. Not enough, not that there'd ever be enough for anybody that had something that I didn't have for me to want to begrudge them of that. I'd never. In fact, I'm telling you this stuff knowing that you dislike me, Vern. If you're listening, I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. But if you are, I think you're truly blessed. I meant it when I came over there and said, no hard feelings, never hated you. I still don't fucking hate you. And now I'm frozen right here at 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 58 seconds. And your face is lovely. You included a picture of you smiling, and it's lovely. And just, man, don't become what I know you're smart enough to recognize going around you. And it could be possible that you like that you're part of that. You like that stuff. I'm just in my own defense at this moment. I've been compelled to play as much as I can of this particular video that I know people didn't see because it is old and it is tucked away, just to remind even Vern of how he was.
Really did it for me. I was thinking, oh my God, I really love the fact that she loves me a lot, but I just don't have the feelings there, and I know, like, it bothers me.
Well, if you didn't have the feelings, then Vern, maybe you feel them now. And maybe there came a point when, and I'm talking to anybody right now, who they think they don't feel them. Like even like remember, and he kind of looks like him right now in this frozen picture, which is at 1 hour and 15 minutes and 09 seconds. Meatloaf, right? Not in a bad way. I'm just saying, you know the song. I want you. Yeah, but no, Cassidy. That didn't happen like I wanted it to. It didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. Things happen, and people think it's funny to watch bullcrap. And I'm not saying he does, but he needs to be more aware, or either he is aware and doesn't do anything about it. Meatloaf, right? Okay. I don't even know where I was going with it. Totally lost my train of thought. But say Meatloaf, okay. So he goes, well, there's only one girl that I will ever love. And then he's all like, the snow is really piling up outside. I wish you would. But I feel like at some point, when you leave, if you really try to get to know yourself, you can figure out without even talking to anybody else. Because you know what? I think when you talk to somebody else, you get their advice, and that confuses you. Just step outside of your own self. Make a conscious effort. Like, imagine yourself listening to somebody telling you what's going on, and then give yourself opinion and advice. And then you can trust that because it's your own advice. Don't tell other people. Don't tell strangers, because remember that movie Shallow Hal? And he was like, the guy George Costanza. The girl was like real pretty, this fashion model, and he explained he didn't like her because her second toe was longer than her first toe. Which, you know what, mine is. But anyway, he didn't like her because, she had like a circus freak foot. And after, like, it was Gwyneth Paltrow, but Gwyneth Paltrow was really not the way she looked in Shallow Hal. But he explained it to him like, well, somebody else's ideal, which sometimes was Linda Carter from Wonder Woman, might not be somebody else's. But if somebody else told you, oh, yeah, but look at that, that's so ugly about them, you might start focusing on that. So basically, don't listen to other people. The heart wants what the heart wants. It's given with this second set of eyes. It's probably there's so much inside of you that is given with this set of like feelers, that we just don't see, but they're like feelers. It sure is. Yeah, I mean, learn something about yourself every single day. And just keep it, like, you don't have to keep it to yourself. You can share it, but definitely don't be asking the opinion of others for matters of the heart, because the heart wants what the heart wants. And you've heard of a broken heart, but a broken brain is way harder to fix. People tell you about a broken heart, you'll get over it. A broken brain, they put you on medication, they put you on this, they put you on that. So just, if you got to, let yourself have a broken heart, because it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. And you do get over it. It is kind of embraceable. But if you get a broken brain over it, which people will tell you that you do at any turn. I mean, depending on how people want you to feel is what they will tell you repeatedly. Like, Bobby wants to make you think that she gets mentioned in here in any other way if she does get mentioned with love. she doesn't get it mentioned in any other way than in bewilderment, hurt, love, just pure, genuine, utterly open-armed, whatever. No questions asked. Just whatever. I'm always gonna be who I am for Bobby, and I hope that all I'm saying is that I can't help but if I respect somebody at some time in my life, I pretty much respect them always in my life. And I respect Bobby. I love her, respect her, and I can't say anything else. That's it. That's all I can say. That's it.
And I'm trying, but
Same with I Heart Pink. Pink, if that was the real Pink that was there. A lot of people. I'm not even going to go into the list because it's very long.
she's not making it easy. You just do a lot of good stuff, you know, and like that didn't.
I'm going to speed this up because it's slowed down, but I just feel like it needs to be speeded up.
Really, she just was not. And then, like, when I see when she goes to the photo, she's all dressed up, puts makeup on. Like, she never did that to me. She does it for this other guy.
She probably did, though. You just probably never noticed it.
I made a lot of efforts for her. I did things to fucking her that she never ever had done before. I don't think she'll ever have that again. She completely, utterly threw me away.
I don't think so. I mean, she had your kid. That's pretty much a lifelong commitment, buddy. It's a lifelong commitment. There is abortion nowadays. People can do that. Women can do that. But she didn't. I guarantee you, she didn't just throw you away.
Maybe she was going to do music. I don't know. He said, I don't care.
Well, there you go.
But rest assured, one day, I'm least expecting it, I will be there to collect a pass that.
Wow, see?
I will.
Now, tell me, we don't know what happened in that relationship. Fear? My guess is fear. Anybody else got any guesses? There's 32 people here. What happened in that relationship? Fear?
We'll be there to collect a pass that. It's going to cost you a lot, too. It's going to cost somebody a lot, a whole lot. Maybe both of you a whole lot. Maybe everything. Everything you're going to have and everything you have.
Not scary at all.
It's a hell of a thing.
Now, mind you, their whole live stream a little while ago was based on how horribly offensive Mr. Tim was. None of your business. Wow, it's not your business, but I'm saying if you make a conscious effort, is that somebody that you think you might want around your children if you have any? Do you? Would you? Let's be for real. Let's speak logically now. If you were offering him a place to stay, which I do believe you were, would you want him around your kids? Just a question. He's finding his original content now. His original content. Which is some guy. He's
My patience to that fucking my ass out of so I don't do that anymore. What? I didn't know. I never learned it.
anyway.
It shows it shows every sub that I have for you. This is what's crazy. Why is it the Stream Lab can go into your YouTube and show you all your fucking subs that you have, but you can't do it for YouTube? That's fucked up. So I'm on there, and sure enough, 2 months ago, guess who fucking subbed me? Survivor Girl. Okay? So why are you subbing me? You know, if you're not stalking me, you don't need to sub me. If you hate me, why do you sub me?
I don't know, maybe it was a clone. Was it a clone account? I mean, maybe you should click on the avatar. You see what I'm saying? Like he's still going on, and it was like that for that. Oh, exactly, Lemon. Yep. Nope. Yep. You guys are right. Absolutely. Yeah, a judicial system, but not without witnesses. I mean, let's be for real. You guys can hear me now, though, right? Not without witnesses, they don't have a judicial system. Sorry. I'm cooking. Yeah, not without witnesses, though, UFO, bro. Let's be for real. I mean, really. If somebody ruined your car and they were like, oh, do you have it on camera? And you're like, no, but I've been telling you that I saw them with my eyes, you would be right. But this is on camera. He did just say Survivor Girl. I mean, and Lemon is here, who Lemon Raspberry, who if you know, I mean, seriously, Lemon knows what he's talking about. I'm not saying nobody else does, but I'm saying based on this particular subject. I'm still here. Here. If you knew Lemon like I know Lemon, you love Lemon too. You know, lemon is good on broccoli. If you're like losing weight, if you're trying to lose weight, you put it on broccoli instead of butter and stuff. What the fuck, man? How did you know? I am. I mean, I was an old soul. I mean, my dog ran away earlier. But here's what I'm convinced of. Okay. Let's just say that last night, now I had bought this particular thing, which you could say began with a W and ended with a D. Not last night. Not last night. But it was like a couple of days ago. Hold on, I'm looking for something. So this particular thing. Oh man, lemon. So anyway, this particular thing went missing. Now, I bought it like a few days ago, so, but what I'm saying is it was a good deal because it was, like, old school kind of deal kind of thing. And it wasn't like, didn't cost me much, but probably would have, like, you know, in the hood or whatever. And so I distinctly remember that it was in a Ziploc baggie. I want you to all know that I'm not a negligent pet owner. I'm a smart pet owner. Pet is smart. I'm not saying I'm stupid. I'm saying that this is a dog that is smarter than the ordinary dog. Because they literally take note of what they see. So what happened was that in my mind of a human being, I'm thinking, okay, there's no way that, you know, my dog is like kind of tracking me, like clocking me to see where I put weed. Correct? Correct. So I put it, you know, in a place where it was, I just think I remember, like, where, you know, it was a Ziploc baggie. Sometimes when you, like, roll it back up, it can be, have, like, air in it. So you have to kind of, like, maybe open it a little bit and squeeze the air out of it. Which is a process of a Ziploc baggie kind of thing. All people know. Hold on, I gotta check my food. Hold on. It's not cooking fast enough for me. I'm gonna put it on broil because I don't mind burnt food. So anyhow, so you know, it was zipped up, air was released from it. I remember the procedure, and I put it aside in a space where it was safe space. And so then earlier, which was yesterday, but it should be today because it feels like today, but I decided that, you know, okay, I need to go out. My pocketbook was still zipped up, but the weed was no longer there. So, what happened was, I had to go because the store was going to close. I had to leave. So, I go outside, and then my dog decides, oh, I'm going to take off, you know, and takes off. Never lets it be taken off. Never. Even my neighbor said, oh, he never does that. I know he never does that. So he takes off, and in order to make where I gotta make it in a time, I leave and say, okay, well, let's leave that door open. He's there. I come back. He's there, right? Sitting there. Awesome. So back to the weed. Get upstairs. He sleeps. I go live. A little while later, I'm still live. He is gets up and then decides to come in to the living room with whatever he went to get, wherever he went to get it, which happened to be a bag of weed, which was not his. And his problem was that he could not work a Ziploc baggie. Thankfully, because I know he would have chewed through it. But the problem is that in his attempt to have to steal it as quickly as he got it, he had to hide it and could not chew through it already. So he had to just hide it and be like, all right, I'll figure this out later. He thinks, you know, I don't know, it'll be like every other time. I don't know. Not that it happens, because it doesn't. That's a lie about every other time. He's thinking whatever he's thinking. Maybe he could sneak it by. I don't know, but I noticed it. But I really think he ran away to distract me from the fact that he thought I'd be so glad to see his return that, you know, I might give him the bag of weed or something. I can't begin to think of what it is, but I got it, thankfully. Everybody, I'm not a negligent parent. In no way, shape, or form. Let me check my food. I probably should have had it on boil all the time. It's not cooking fast for me. In my eyes. Nathan's onion rings are really good. I think I'll probably end my live stream. Ow. I need to be live and eat. And I get no protests here, so. Peace, love, and tacos, you guys.